Hello. Hello, Misk. Yes, the war against Objective-C is not over. I actually made some progress yesterday. Hello, Kalifam. I made some progress yesterday and um, small progress. And now I have a new plan of attack. Is it the Objective-C Foundation outline? Yes. What's your Objective-C problem? Your problem is Objective-C. Understandable. Yeah, no, I said Objective-C, but it is not a language at all. The language is absolutely fine. Given the usage that I'm making of it, so like I don't know it in depth enough to really, be able to give an expert evaluation. But the level that I'm using it at, I'm confident right now in using it. I know what I'm doing. Well, to the extent that I understand the language. So it's fine. It's not it. It's the sound media APIs. I know, but I thought it would be funnier to say that. Yeah, engine broke. You know what's funny is that the engine broke thing. Where is it? The engine broke thing. I thought it was down here, right? No, this engine start. This one. Um, the funny thing is that that's literally what this notification is. Like it's called engine config change, but if you read the documentation, it literally says that when you're receiving this notification, the engine has deinitialized itself, like it completely broke down. So it's not like, oh, something changed and now you have an opportunity to fix it or something. No, it just gave up and you have to restart it. But now I have so I have stubs for the new way I want to organize things. So I'm going to now copy code from the old implementation and move it into the new implementation. And I think this will work better. Yesterday, I figured out. By the way, another thing that was driving me insane. I couldn't figure out why at the end calls wouldn't work. It turns out that you can't just connect a mixer to one thing and then connect it to another thing. Connecting to two different things, um, connecting a mixer to a second mixer will undo the first connection. Um, I didn't know that. So, long story short, mixers can accept multiple incoming connections, but they can't output to multiple nodes. Or rather, not with that API. There's a different API where you do this. Let me see if I can find it. Where you have to do this mumbo jumbo here, where you have to use engine connect. I was connecting a mixer node to another mixer node and a sync node. And then you have to do two connection points and you have to create an NS array of audio connection points, one to the capture mixer node and one to the capture sync node. And now at that point, it works. Also, I could not figure out, it seemed impossible to get access to the volume knob the way I was doing it yesterday. So I gave up and I added another intermediate node. So that way on that guy, I can do volume 0. Uh, what can I say? What can I say? Except you're welcome. That's that's the Apple engineer who made the other thing. I don't know. This is that. You know what? That was definitely me also not understanding that API. It's probably more nuanced than what the doc comment makes it look like, and I just I don't know. I just didn't do it right. But you know what? Today maybe we have an opportunity to take a second stab at it. So this is my new. These are stubs for the way I want to organize things now, and I just need to fill them up and um see where that goes. So we have capture engine restart, which does stop and start. We have set devices, which will set local state and then do capture engine restart. We have test audio begin, test audio end. Do you want to support end-to-end encryption? The short answer is for chat messages sent to a server. So when you join, imagine that you join a self-hosted server, which is kind of like a Discord server. For those messages, no, there is no end-to-end encryption because those are meant to be read by many people. Like even if the server is a private server, it's not that private. It's like there's going to be new people joining, people leaving. So end-to-end encryption in that context doesn't make a lot of sense. It just adds annoyance and doesn't give you anything back. For voice calls, I would like to introduce end-to-end encryption for voice calls. And these are like even group voice calls. In that context, the main reason why I would like to have end-to-end encryption there is because I would like to make sure that a malicious server admin would not be able to record calls that they're not in. So, like, if the admin is present, can listen to your call, they would have to be, physically present in the call. They would have to show up in the list of users participating to that voice call. So no ability to record from the outside. That would be nice. Then, of course, there's DMs. I'm not implementing DMs for now because DMs are it's a more complicated thing. It's a longer story, but it's think of it as a completely separate thing. Protect third-party entities from reading server messages would be cool. Yeah. I don't think so because these minor benefit. If someone reading the server hosting, they will not be able to read messages. I would say that if you want to have discussions where the police is raiding you and looking at your messages and that is a problem, just go use another software. The problem with this is that end-to-end encryption requires you to manage keys, and it is so fucking annoying having to manage keys. I don't want my users to have to manage keys. Like use Matrix. Like if you want this, use Matrix. But then don't come and complain to me how annoying it is to use Matrix because end-to-end encryption is one of the reasons why it is annoying to use Matrix. Device. Oh, I think this is without AV. Yeah, just another device ID. Okay, input and output. Bool in call in test. Call user data. Mm, okay, we'll see. Okay. Thank you. So format call manager dot in test false. Um, in call false. In test false. Um, I think these are defaults. I think this initialization that I'm doing is not particularly useful, so I'm gonna leave it there. So this is it. This is init, very simple. I'm gonna leave the init empty for now. Call begin should be like this. If manager.in call complain. Actually, I would make this a panic. Built-in unreachable. Let's go. So we complain if okay, this is a kind of an impossible case, but if we are already in a test and somehow we join a call, this should not be possible through the UI. But what should the behavior be? Let's say that you somehow make it happen. What should the behavior be? We interrupted the test. We should interrupt the test, right? We said in call true, and then we expect capture engine start to do the right thing. Set in call to false, and then capture engine stop. Okay. I think these two should have a unreachable guard. So these guys should not be idempotent, while capture engine start, capture engine stop should be idempotent. So okay, let's take a moment before doing audio test stuff. Set devices, input output. If manager, if the engine was on, doesn't matter if we were in a call, doesn't matter if we were in a test. If the engine was on, okay, nice, because by looking at the engine, we can tell if the engine was on or not. The engine was on, we restart it. Otherwise, we just have prepare this for the future. Okay, restart. It's a stop and start. Okay, start. It's almost entirely. It's almost entirely a it's this guy. We have manager because it's a self thing. We want this code. Okay, now let's do this. Auto manager semicolon. Please, can I rename the symbol? Fuck, I can't rename the symbol. Oh, auto manager. There we go. Self. Oh, he didn't grab all of them. Well, you know what? Close enough. It did help anyway. We'll look at user data. Fuck, actually no, this is fine. Is it because I deleted that thing? No. Okay, just missed it. Self engine. In call, we don't touch. Okay, so our job here is just to start the engine. So if the engine, and this is a unreachable. Where's my? Wait, did I say that I wanted this to be? Did I say that I wanted this to be idempotent? No, they cannot be idempotent. Something else will be maybe, not these guys. I think so. Built-in unreachable. Boom. Okay. Call user data is also, we don't set user data. There's going to be something else that sets user data. Oh no, but here we're grabbing it. No, we're using it. Equals call user data. And actually, we only need it in here. Oh, but we don't want to grab it from here every single time. We want to do it just once. So we do it here, I guess. I wish I knew precisely how capture of outside variables worked in here. I hope that this value gets copy pasted in here and then nothing crazy, nothing crazier than that happens. Also, I wish there was a way of marking variables constant. Is there a position for const where I can? I fear that is this a const variable, or is this a const? Wait, is this is the const here? Void star const user data. Thank you. Why is my pointer touching the const? Like this feels so. This feels so. I don't know. Like in terms of food safety, it's like that's the cooked meat touching the raw meat. You shouldn't do that. Anyway, thank you very much. I was definitely about to drop the const in the wrong place. So hopefully we mark this const, value gets copy pasted in here. Lambda doesn't do weird shit. Maybe. Okay, so we do the rest of the initialization. I think this function is done essentially. So this is engine start. Oh, no. It's not done. It's not done. I want also the code that sets devices. I want to reintroduce it because I think that now that we're starting from scratch every single time, we can do this. Oh, Matt doesn't know. Matt, it's been 2 days that I've been presenting myself as the VP of Community at the Objective-C Foundation. And ask me how you can support the Objective-C Foundation. I have also an answer for that. How can I perhaps support the Objective-C Software Foundation? Glad you asked. So I would say that the best way to support the Objective-C Foundation is to buy more Apple hardware. So, for example, the new iPhone came out recently, I think. you should buy it. Do you have that iPhone? If you don't, you should definitely buy it. If you have last year's iPhone, you should trade it in at an Apple store. Do not give your old iPhone to somebody else. That is unsafe. Go bring it back to the Apple store. We're gonna give you a $100 ish something discount on the new iPhone. Yeah, max RAM. If you can afford it, max RAM, please. If you can't, it's fine. It's fine. But if you can, obviously you should. So get the new iPhone, and I mean, to be fair, yeah, if you can just earn more, earning more and buying more hardware from Apple definitely would be the best thing to do. Yes, to be fair, that is a good point. Yeah, just earn more, man. Is the Objective C Software Foundation if I 1C3? It's a 501c through. Yeah. Also, whenever you see somebody with an Android phone on the streets, just slap that thing on the ground. Hopefully, breaks. Probably will break because those things are not good at all. And so that hopefully the owner of that phone will decide to upgrade to an iPhone. That also helps support the Objective C Foundation. Okay. So before we do any of these, where is it? Before we attach, so this is making us connect the input node, and then down below, I guess we connect the output node. I'm gonna do this. I'm going to delay connecting the input node. And in here, I'm going to do this twice. Twice, because once is not enough. Um, and since we can't afford to name variables, we're gonna do this. Boom. Actually, the second copy, I'll probably want to copy once I'm done with this. Okay, audio unit set property. This is going to be self dot engine dot input node dot audio unit. Audio unit property current device. We set it to what? Oh shit. Right. But wait, we can wait. We can do it like this. Self dot input size of self dot input. There we go. Oh, but this way we lose the status. Wait a second. Do I remember correctly that in C variable assignment? Look at me doing all the bad things. Is it true that variable assignment? Can I do this? I think I can do this. Auto status equals. Can I? Please, mom. No. Yes. No. 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 Okay, what if I use the right type, OS status? Wait a second. I thought you were able to do assignments that also evaluated to the value itself. Okay, undo. So we do it like this. Get a scope. You can do assignments, but you cannot declare new variables. Ah, right, of course, obviously. Right? Why? Why would it support both things? Why shouldn't it support just a half-assed version of the same bad feature? So not only you use the bad feature, but there's also like nuance to using the bad feature. Self input. Address of property expression. What the fuck does that mean? Oh, you cannot take a pointer of a property. I see. Oh wait, this is also AV audio. No, audio device ID. Right. There we go. Okay, so this is the final form of this. Okay, finally, we got it. So we set the hardware stuff, connect them. Format will leave unspecified. Lower levels will figure it out for us, hopefully. Attach the notification stuff. Perfect. Okay, now this code here. No, this is all okay. We need to do the other side. We need to do the stop side. Sensor engine not capturing. Engine not running. Engine already not running. Like this. Still unreachable. Self engine stop. Disconnect from the notification center. Set everything to null. Set in call false. Set in test false. Okay. Then okay, so this should be correct. Am I forgetting some node? Formats we keep as they are. Yeah, it's engine, 3 nodes. Input output we don't touch. I think we should do it like this at this point. Properties reset whenever restarting the engine. These guys we do reset. Actually, no, these guys also not. In fact, what am I doing in here? Whether we are in a test or not, that's not the responsibility of this function. Okay. So, so far so good. So we throw everything in the garbage. Now we need to look at one thing. When we're starting the engine, we need to look at whether we are in a test or in a call or what. Now here's the thing. This stupid architecture right now doesn't allow us to do everything as we should. Man, I either I find a way of grabbing the right volume knobs, which I couldn't figure out yesterday. Oh, but you know what? Maybe I was doing it right yesterday. No, I tested it even after I figured this out. So, because here's the problem scenario. You are not in a voice call. You go to settings, you turn on audio test. You want to hear yourself back. So we want to basically have one path that connects your microphone back to your headphones to have volume set to 1. Then you turn the test off and we want to turn that volume down to 0. Easy, fine. But what if you're in a call? You're in a call and then you go into the settings menu and you turn on the audio test. So right now you're both in a call. So there's some audio that goes from your microphone to a sync node. And then you also want to hear yourself back. So what should happen at that point is that we turn the volume of your microphone to the sync to the network, basically to other participants in the call to 0. We don't want them to hear you do test. But then we turn on to 1 the volume to your own headphones. The problem is that right now I would have to add yet another mixer to support what I just described. And this is all because I just cannot figure out how to grab a volume knob on a wire, even though in theory you're supposed to be able to. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get this working as is right now, and then we're gonna polish the um, the test lifecycle afterwards. We need to do that. But yeah. Okay, so I need a line here. Okay. So this is, I think down here we're all good except management of the test, the stuff in the proper manner. Okay, now we need to do these things. So this guy is fine. Yeah, this guy is fine. How do you call begin? Can have user data. Also, I'm using all kinds of, oh man, okay, void PTR, give me a manager. Oh, here I'm unconditionally doing capture engine start. But what if we were in a test? Now let's do this. If manager dot engine. So if that pointer was different than 0, built-in unreachable. Okay. Actually, there's no point because I think capture engine start already asserts this, right? Yes, this guy. Uh, this guy already has this. Okay. So test begin, test end. You know what? I'm gonna comment them out. I don't know what to do about them for now. How to call end needs a manager. Okay. So I would like to also have the test stuff work though. So let's do it like this. Okay, audio test begin. How does it work? I don't think. Okay, let me start from scratch. So how does it work? Audio test begin. Um, let's assert that we're not in test. We need a manager first. So if we are already in a test, let's complain. Then is the engine running or not? Whether we're in a call or not doesn't matter, I think. Well, well, about that. That is also, I don't know about that. You know what? Let's do the simple one. Let's do the simple one. We do capture engine start. And then in the other one, we do essentially the inverse of this. Yeah, this is not gonna make things. It's not gonna make everything work flawlessly, but yeah. Okay. Then when we start the engine, let's start this with volume one automatically set. So let's have this on by default. Like this is fine for now, just so that we can test if this stuff at least vaguely works. The manager init does nothing. That's fine. Hmm. Okay, so this stuff is all disabled. This is the old code. So only the new code works. For example, audio manager init. Oh, this is audio engine manager init, and I renamed it to audio manager init. Okay, let's look at the bindings on the other side. Audio manager init, audio manager init. Okay. Then audio call begin. Where is it? What does audio call begin want? User data. It gets. Audio call end. Audio test begin, audio test end. Wait, this guy wants right, the power tap. Right, we're not doing the power tap now. It's fine that we don't do the power tap. I'll just do. I just want to hear echo. Okay, let's get more compile errors on the Zig side. Audio playback source add, audio playback source remove. Uh, True. These guys were actually fine in the original implementation. Like they they were really fine. So let's see if we can move them over and not even touch them. Let's call them audio call source add. Let's just double check. Grabs the manager, grabs the engine, prints add caller, does what's necessary. All well and good. Okay. Hmm. Hello, Memphis. Okay. Um. Next. I don't know what's the next problem on this side. There's more for sure. I also renamed those things. So we definitely want to rename these. Hmm. Okay. Next problem. Show me the button. Where's the test button? Capture test start. Calls capture test start. Right, because I never named this. Okay, let's see if we can hear ourselves or if we crash. Invalid argument exception. Unrecognized selector sent to instance. Handle engine config change. Um, I think we got an instant error that something went wrong with the way we're setting stuff up, but at the same time, oh yeah, no. We tried to connect. Okay, I remember. The problem is that we need this to come with us, essentially, because we didn't have this. And the config change, engine broke. And you know what? We don't do anything for now. Just print that the engine broke. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Oh, engine broke. Engine straight up broke. Okay. Um. Engine broke straight up. Okay, I think it's because right now our input and output, I think it should be like this. Okay. So the engine didn't break this time. I guess I should turn off the music, bump up the volume, and see if it works. Test, test. No, not working. Um, what's my microphone? Oh, that. But it does work. Does changing these change anything? No. Okay, so we need to diagnose why. We need to diagnose why this stuff is not working. Hmm. Um. Let's see. Why is this stuff not working? Capture mixer node, capture test mixer node, capture sync node. I've already heard this setup working, so I know that it's not completely borked because I've already heard it work. Oh well, here's what we're not doing. Where's the code that calls run engine or error out? Where's that code? Where is it? Oh my god, it's not in my. It's in the old code. Where does the old code begin? Here. There we go. Okay. There we go. It works. Okay, now I want to restore the drop-down menus, and I want to see if us changing the device. Update devices. Okay, update devices. Then we go in audio. What signature do we have? I think previously we had like we did have something. Discord devices and listen. Capture test start, capture push, capture device. Okay, we don't have thank you. Thank you, Matt. I'm gonna leave that for later. Let's see, update devices. This is audio dot os dot. What do we call this in Objective C? What do we call it here? Set devices. Hmm. Maybe this should also be called, until I find a better name, we call them in a consistent manner. Set devices. Um, oh, and now we need the code for our devices. So that's going to be const input equals if audio dot capture selected, or else audio dot capture default. I don't remember what's device is. The string array hash map. Right. That's beautiful and simple, as they say. Okay, then we can go down here. And then we have set devices. Is it C dot? Did I define it myself or did we have it in from C definitions? Now this I made myself. Audio ID should be available to us. Hello, Ash. Okay. So we have this. They should all be fine, assuming that audio device ID does exist for real inside our this stuff. I see errors, so there's probably something maybe that doesn't work well, but well, I guess we'll figure it out now. There's no C. Wait, what? Um. Oh, because we cannot do C import. It's CA for audio. Yeah, I'm still fighting with this API. But I think we're getting to some kind of final resolution, which is not maybe the optimal outcome, but it should be good enough to use. Right. Now there's no update devices. This is set devices. I should probably call it refresh devices. Uh, what did I do wrong? No, not here. Here. The devices. Bro, there is no OS set devices. Oh, I gave it to the engine, but I didn't give set devices to this guy out here. Did I? Oh, also this. This is optional. Hmm. ID. No. No, I think it has a iOS field, does it not? Yeah. And then what's inside OS? What's it called? macOS interface. No, macOS device. Device ID. Okay. Perfect. Okay. What's happening? I'm encountering an LVM crash on macOS 26 with Zig via Brew 0.15.2. Well, that's unfortunate. Um, a lot of things have changed, I think, from 0.15.2 to 0.16. Also, with regards to usage of LVM, also version of LVM is going to change. So here's my recommendation. Uh, well, if you need help with a workaround, we can talk about that. But in terms of opening an issue, I would suggest to wait for 0.16 to come out and then see if you experience that same crash again. Pulls out the alternative. Mm. Yeah, I think my recommendation stands. Like, if you can work around the crash, do that. If you need help, I can help you. But yeah, there I think there are like good chances that this might have already been solved. So, um, uh, I'm suggesting this so that you don't end up doing work that is useless work essentially. Unable to set input device. Crazy. Unable to set input device. Let me change this to. Let me remove this. Okay. Okay. Stop crashes. Um. hmm. And the capture test engine already running. I think I forgot to change condition when I copy pasted it around. Test begin, test end. Oh shit, did I paste this? In the middle of test begin, test end. That's bad etiquette. Oh. Well, that's capture engine stop. Okay. Okay. Now, what if I change this to this? Updating devices. Start. It doesn't fucking work. Like, this is crazy. System settings. Oh, close. Test. Test. It doesn't work. This bar doesn't not lighting up is fine. Uh, yeah, I cannot set this because it's already the default. Also, right, the engine was already not running because we failed. So what if we do this? Mac Mini speakers. This test. No, it already failed. Unable to set output device. This is incredible. Like, why can I not set? I'm not touching the output. When this is 0, we're not touching the output. We're only modifying the input. And even then, here we're not getting anything from the roadcaster secondary. But I bet you that if I go in settings and I go to sound and I go here, oh, What the fuck? Wait. Wait. What? No, I pressed a button that I did not want to press. Wait. I changed the input device and it changed my input device in the audio engine. But I was not using that input device in my audio engine. I so do not get it. I just don't get it. Like, this whole API is whack. This whole fucking API is whack. It makes no sense. It really makes no sense. By the way, me setting a different thing here, like, we are expressively asking a given, I guess, the idea behind the input node and behind the output node is that they represent the system's default, essentially. Oh, you know what might be happening? Maybe they are meant to represent the system default no matter what. And then whenever I touch what is the hardware device that they are connected to, I'm essentially tweaking a knob that I shouldn't be tweaking, because the rest of the initialization code will still assume that I'm using the system default. And so it will try to apply a format, like it will try to apply settings that don't even match that device. So what the fuck am I supposed to do? I guess I should not be using those. I should not be using the input node, and I should not be using the output node. I should make my own input node, maybe. Maybe. Yeah, but here's the thing. Okay, watch me try and do another weird thing. It's Bluetooth headphone time. So watch me do this. I have to put them on because otherwise it's not gonna work. Okay. Losing my headphones. Okay. I have them on now. They automatically became the default stuff. So I'm gonna go back to system default. Test. Yes, I can hear it. Okay, it works. They are very noisy. What the fuck? Let me turn down the output volume. Test. Okay. And they're shitty, but fine. Now, I want to keep this as the input, but this as the output. Impossible. Engine broke. Stop. Start. Test. Oh, okay. It works. Holy shit. Okay,
Okay,
I thought this would not even work. Test. Engine broke. That's fine. So in theory, it's on us to restart the engine whenever engine breaks. Okay, so here's my final theory. My final theory right now is that I'm just like, I'm not supposed to fuck around with the input node and the output node. I'm not supposed to touch them, or rather, I'm not supposed to touch their internals. By the way, you go on Stack Overflow, everybody keeps telling you to touch the internals of that thing. Well, everybody, there's like at least one answer that does that, but maybe that is the wrong thing. So the question is, what nodes? Why am I here? Why did you bring me here? Um, maybe what I'm missing is that there is another type of node that I could connect that would allow me to do what I want. AV audio recorder, init with URL. What? Audio engine. Where's the nodes? You know what? Let's read the documentation. The framework performs audio input through an input node. The audio engine creates a single tone on demand when first accessing this variable. To receive input, connect another node from the output of the input node, right? Or create a recording tab on it. When the engine renders to and from an audio device, the audio session category and the availability of hardware determines whether the app performs input. For example, input hardware isn't available on tvOS. Check the input. Wait, input hardware is not available on tvOS. It has no microphone, that thing. What the fuck? RIP. Check the input node's input format for a non-zero sample rate and channel count to see if input is in an enabled state. Trying to perform input through the input node when it's not available or in an enabled state will cause the engine to throw an error or an exception. The remote has a microphone. Oh, right. So you can speak to Siri. In manual rendering mode, input node can synchronously supply data to the engine while it's rendering. Okay. I guess the same applies to output node. Now, can I make one of these guys by myself? I bet you that I can't. Wait, is this whole fucking API just tied to the default device and you just cannot get out of that? Haha, wait a second. AV audio node, AV audio input node, an object connects to the system's audio input. This node connects to the system's audio input when rendering to or from an audio device. In manual rendering mode, this node supplies input data to the engine. This audio node has one element. The format of the input scope reflects the audio hardware sample rate and the channel count when it connects to hardware. The format, when rendering from an audio device, the input node doesn't support format conversion. In this case, the format of the output scope must be the same as the input. Manual rendering mode, blah, blah, blah. Set manual rendering mode. Voice processing muted. Voice processing bypassed. Voice processing set muted. Inherits from AV audio IO node. Conforms to mixing. Am I supposed to create one of these? There's also an output version. But the problem is that, like, how is this thing going to? uh, Okay, we can try this. We can try to make our own input node and see how that goes. And see if we're allowed. So the thing that really spooked me is that when I changed the default, so when I changed the default input device in my system settings, I was overriding the behavior of Awebo, even when I had here selected a device manually. When I select here device manually, I also go into the input node and I change the hardware device that that node is connected to. And I fucking bet you that that node has automatic management stuff that uh, connects it to the default device, the system default device. So I think that our system should be that. Yeah, maybe this is it. This if the system, maybe we don't even need. Okay, by the way, this whole work that I did right now was just so that I could like fully reset the engine and rebuild it. And it turns out that it still poops itself. So even a full restart doesn't solve my problems that I have. So maybe I'm hopeful that the full restart is not even necessary. Maybe we can just well, the full like reinitialization. I shouldn't say restart. The full reinitialization is not necessary. Let's try this custom node. I don't know what else to say. Let's try this custom node. So oh fuck, I already have input. Okay, I'm just gonna call them input and output. I'm not gonna have the node suffix, just so that we make it harder to get confused about the default ones and the ones that we're making ourselves. The engine singleton input node. Note that if the engine has had at any point previously its input node enabled and permission to record is granted, then at any time the engine is running, the mic in use indicator will appear. Oh, there we go. For applications, we need to dynamically switch between output only and input output modes. It might be advantageous to use two engine instances. Motherfucker. Uh, so having two engines was not that wrong. Huh. But I was not using them probably in the right way either. So yeah, basically this means that this engine that we have here is essentially the call engine. And that's fine. So I think I should remove this if false code. At this point, I don't think we need it anymore. Okay, so less confusing. Now, sample format, data format, blah blah blah. Call begin, start engine. Where is it? Start engine. Set devices. Engine start. So this is the normal stuff. Input stuff. If self input ID self dot input. If output ID self dot output. Then here we do if actually this is more like an else. Okay. So we initialize those nodes. Init is unavailable. You can't init these guys. You can't make your own. You have to use the ones that they give you. Okay, this whole idea is a no-go. You can't do this. So with audio engine, you just cannot have you cannot have device selection drop downs. So this whole thing that I did is useless because they you can't have you don't have init. You can't make your own. Oh, this we can keep. Okay. You can have your you cannot make your own. MATLAB code? No, it's Objective C. I think the only conclusion here is that if we want to have drop down menus, we just cannot use this thing. Yeah, this has nothing to do with pulse audio. No. We are here. We are entirely in the OS specific integration layer. So it means that if I want to have functioning drop down menus in the application, I cannot use AV Audio Engine because if I set this to use the Rodecaster Duo secondary and I press start, we don't hear shit. Like we straight up do not hear shit because that device is not set as the default device. So if I go to sound, input, and I select it, now it works. And now I change, test, test. Oh, wait. At least now I don't hear this other device. That's good. Kinda. Test, test. Okay. But test, test. What? Let's see what happens now. Okay, now we seem to still be. Oh, here's what happened. Engine broke. Okay, so you stop and you start again. Engine broke. Rodecaster Duo secondary plus system default. Right now, it's impossible. But if I select as input this guy, now it starts. But it doesn't really work because we don't hear anything in the playback. Huh. Or rather, I'm the one that can confirm this. Test. 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 Now it works. Like it's so weird. It just works like ass. In conclusion, I think I'm using the wrong API. I think at this point, the only solution is to drop down one level and use core audio directly. I wish I didn't have to because this API seemed nice and like a good abstraction layer. But like, what the fuck is going on here with audio devices? I don't get it. Like you just cannot touch them here. The moment you touch them, like nothing works. Nothing fucking works. So you know what we're supposed to do? I bet you. Okay, this is the very last Hail Mary. Maybe what we're supposed to do when we see when the user selects something weird in here, we're supposed to tell the OS to change the default input and output device. Basically, we're supposed to change these and not change a field. Write your own audio layer. What? This is my audio layer. At some level, it has to use OS APIs. Then an argument could be made that these are not the right APIs to use, which is the conclusion that I'm coming to. But like one way or another, you have to interact with the OS at some point. Like the OS will not give you access to audio devices unless you go through its mechanisms. You just write your own audio driver, right? then I would have to deal with the Apple driver APIs. I wonder how nice those are compared to the audio APIs. Also, I don't think I'm gonna be able to write my own audio driver for Apple hardware. So there's also that. Um, okay, final thing. What if we ask the OS to please change the default device? Claude, come to my help. From a Objective C macOS application, I want to change the default input audio input and output devices. You can't. Core audio hardware. Get audio devices. We have this. We have the device ID. Get device name. Yeah, sure. There we go. Set it as default. I'll set default input device. Is this scope something that I can change per? Let's see. Link against core audio. Audio property default system output device. If you want to change the devices for system alert sounds separately from the main output. No special entitlements. I think this is what we were supposed to do all along, essentially. Will this affect only my application or also the rest of the system? Is it possible to make this an application only setting? Doesn't have a per app audio device. Don't use the default device at all. Instead, yeah, fuck off. Yeah, fuck you. Yeah, fuck you. Actually, maybe you know what? This might be the solution. We don't drop to core audio entirely. We only drop to core audio for the like IO at the edges, and then we connect that to the graph. But I bet you that the same annoying issues are gonna show up. So fuck it. We're changing OS device OS defaults. YOLO. Okay, let's see how it goes. Property address. Scope, global scope, input scope, output. I mean, I don't understand this stuff, but it's fine. Um, yeah. For now there is no other fucking way I know how to make it work. I tried Blurrycat. Like I'm not reaching for this nuclear button um without thinking about it. It's just uh yeah. So this should be default input device. Huh. 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 Ah, it doesn't fucking work. Why? Test? Oh, no, it does. What? The first time it did not, though. Test? 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 The first time it doesn't work? I think it's... I'm too fast. That's fine. Here's how we do it. Here's how we do it. This code here doesn't run on here. It runs in wait, where's the function for updating devices? Audio set devices. There we go. We set those. We don't restart anything. We only restart if the engine breaks, essentially, which is not implemented now. So whenever you touch the drop-down menu, we do this change. And then the idea that if the engine breaks, then we try to restart it. Oh, test. Huh. Huh. Why do we not see that the engine broke? So the default has changed, but we don't see that the engine broke. Test. Now it works. Now let me change this back to system default. Test. 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 Okay, this swap also failed here, but we did not get a engine broke notification. But we need to stop and restart. So I don't know, man. I just don't know. I think that probably this is I'm gonna leave it at this. I have no way of making this any better. I just don't know. The good news is that Bluetooth devices now work. Previously, Bluetooth devices just would not work whatsoever. Now they do. And Did anything improve? I have no clue. I don't think anything really improved. um, I don't think anything really improved. So, what can I say? Um, well, no, I mean, sorry. We can have the drop down now, and it does something. Also, I don't understand why sometimes these fucking things close on their own and it eats my click. Like there's no, they're buggy. They're a little bit buggy. That's not doing it, but occasionally it does do that. Like it closes basically immediately. I guess it's because maybe it's my click that is a little bit too slow and it gets taken as a, yeah, I think it's my click that is just slightly too slow. Yeah, all kinds of weird noises. Uh, be good. Okay. So, I guess we'll leave it at that for now. Let's do the rest of the work. So, there's success, kind of. Listen to hardware changes. We're essentially kind of doing that as well. Kind of doing that already. Although, yeah, sometimes the audio engine breaks and we don't realize that. So here's what we're gonna do. I think we force an engine restart if it's running in audio set devices. So if um what was called engine restart or engine what? Oh, capture engine restart. Capture engine stop. Capture engine start. Oh, I had it just right below. Capture engine restart. I'm gonna move this below after stop. That means though that restart should be. Let's make this item potent. Oh, but it is that should restart always give you a started engine, or should it only start it if it was already running? I guess that's a question about semantics. Hmm. Let's say that it always gives you one. So this restarts the engine always. These Yeah. Okay. So let's see how this goes. Test. Test. Huh. Test. Test. Whatever. I'll take it. I'll take it. So ask for ask for microphone permission the right way. Might not be a bad idea. And then we also want to turn on voice processing. Let's do voice processing first. So I saw that there is a setting for audio processing in for the input nodes. Is voice processing agency enabled? Voice processing enabled, bypassed. True, I guess. Enable automatic gain control on the process microphone uplink. Enabled by default. So we don't want to touch it, or rather, we only want to disable it. If we want, okay, self.engine.input node dot voice processing input muted. What is this? Mutes the input of the voice processing unit. Querying this property when voice processing is disabled will return false. Um, this maybe could be useful because that means that the mute button, especially I think in the case of Bluetooth devices, basically stops the Bluetooth device from spending energy to produce audio that you're just gonna throw away. So this is actually a good integration, I think. What else do we have? What do you have for voice? Other audio ducking configuration. Voice processing enabled equals true. Assignment to read only property. God damn it. How do you turn it on then? Okay, how do you turn on voice processing? How does that shit works? Um, using voice processing. Associated with this session. Show me the slides. Oh, it's the slides they already had. Okay, let's get to audio voice processing. Wait, no, we go to the end. Oh shit. Voice processing. Both input and output nodes will be operating in voice processing node mode. Oh wait, is that an engine property then? No, engine doesn't have any voice method on it. I remember. So how do you access this shit? Obviously, I get Objective C. Set voice processing enabled. You do this on a AV audio IO node. This is an audio IO node. Non-atomic read-only getter. Oh, set voice processing enabled error. There we go. Oh, now it's not. This returns a boolean. Return yes for success. Hmm. Okay. Do we do this also for, I think we do this also for the output node, maybe. Let's see. Source node, sync node. This is a different topic. Spatial rendering, 3D mixing, whatever. Hmm. Okay, I guess we're supposed to download this thing. But I think I also have it already. Do I not? Yeah, using audio processing. I'm filling my computer with garbage. Echo Touch. Audio engine Swift. You cannot search in these things. Configuration. Open with. Okay, fuck it. It's VS Code time. No, I don't trust the authors of this code. Level meter view, meter table, power meter. How do they compute power? Let's see if they have like a better way of doing it than us. Calculate power. I don't know. It's fine. View controller. Also not interesting. I think audio engine is the thing that we care about. And we care about anything called voice. Anything that has voice in it. Voice IO format, voice IO power meter, bundle main, voice IO format, sample rate. Set voice processing enabled on the input. We don't enable voice processing. Bypass voice processing. Input is voice processing bypassed equals bypass. Wait, but this is supposed to be a getter in Objective C. This guy is, wait, what? Wait, does this, yeah, this is the fucking AV Engine input node. You're assigning to a getter? What? Wait, can you do that also in Objective C? Oh, wait. Is voice processing bypass sends me to voice processing bypass. Oh, you see, okay, that makes sense. So it's like this then. You know what though? Maybe this code doesn't even work. Maybe this is all bullshit. Anyway, toggle. Oh, 17 of 17. That's it. There's no other entries for voice. So that was it. Hmm. Okay, let's try. See what happens. Test. Test. Not working. But we do see this. Voice isolation, wide spectrum. Stopping the engine start, test. Well, I don't know. We can't hear shit. Wide spectrum. I don't know what that's supposed to do. Standard. Wait, what's my output device right now? Yeah, it should be HD60. So, hello. By the way, this engine is so slow at starting now with this thing here. Okay, what am I supposed to do with this? Nothing works. Webcam. Test. And I mean, that was it. Those are the lines that I added. I didn't change anything else. Test. Wait. This did not show up before. Test. Test. Oh. It switched back. Wide spectrum. No. Back to standard. Okay. Um I guess we can leave this as is. The problem is though is how does the docking stuff work? I want to understand how the docking stuff works. Input node that indicates whether the input of the voice processing unit is in a muted state. Indicates whether the node bypasses all microphone uplink processing of the voice processing unit. Automatic gain control. The docking configuration of non-voice audio. Use the property to configures the docking non-voice audio, including advanced enablement and docking level. Typically, when playing other audio during voice chat, if not set, the default behavior is to disable advanced docking with the docking level set to blah blah blah. Other audio docking level default. So I think that we want this for speakers. But you know what? Maybe this works automatically as is. Here's what I'm gonna do. Okay, I'm gonna first push my test branch. I'm gonna get my laptop, and we're gonna see if this thing knows to. Oh, you know what? Maybe I wasn't hearing my echo because with voice or when I turned voice processing on, because with voice processing on, I was basically muting the playback automatically. That would explain it. But we can try that with a local call. Actually, I can try that with a local call. Wait, okay, before I do this, I'll re-enable this. You can go back up. We save. And then we run two instances. Okay. Okay. Oh fuck. Did I wire this? This is not wired currently. I need to rewire it. To be able to do this test, I need to rewire. Actually, what the heck do I even need to rewire? Wait a second. Test capture volume 0. Sync node. Turn this off. Actually, turn this on. NS log. Okay, I want to see a spam of sync when we join the call. Yeah, whatever. Um, join. Okay, there's a sync spam. But for some reason, we don't hear anything. There's like no audio being transmitted. I guess it's this. How though? Can we like not mute the input? Wide spectrum. Test. Standard voice isolation. Uh, incomprehensible. Absolutely incomprehensible. And I bet you that I turn off this thing and everything will be fine. Huh. Oh. Huh. How? How? What? I don't get it. It either okay. The problem is that I'm in a call with myself, so I don't know how this is supposed to work. I just straight up don't know. I just don't get it. So let's do this final two, and then we look at our noise. But this, so the problem is that this leaves a big open question about how to remove echo. Like, yeah, how does echo removal work? For example, using AV audio engine, how can I enable echo removal uh, in an audio engine? Well, how can I enable echo removal slash duck other audio while the microphone is playing? Show me Objective C code. I already have an audio engine graph set up. Just show me code related to this specific feature. Yeah. I'll go get some tea. I'm back. Okay, let me order some food and then we're gonna start. Do. Okay, let's see. Echo cancellation voice processing IO. Oh, automatic gain control. The key property for echo cancellation. Bypass voice to enable voice cancellation, set bypass to 0. Duck other audio. What differentiates Awebo from Fluxer? Isn't Fluxer vibe coded and a one-to-one copy of Discord essentially? Hmm. I don't know if it's vibe coded, but it's also a good Discord alternative. You have used it? Test, test, test. We still don't hear anything. Even with bypass set to true, we don't hear anything. I'm gonna try in the self audio test. This whole API is S. Let's try the self test. Test, 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 test. Hmm. Um. Maybe that's the pesky setting that we need to change. Test. Nope. Okay, let me close this. Let's use this other device, which I think it's a little bit better, maybe. Uh, so again, so I now press this. This should show up. Oh, wait. Why is this not showing up? Where's the thingy there that should show up? Wait. Okay, let me remove the sync spam also because we don't need that anymore. So what does differentiates Awebo from Fluxer? Well, first of all, I'm writing Awebo from scratch. It's not a copy of Discord in any shape or form. Or I mean, it's inspired by Discord, obviously, generally speaking, but I'm not copying anything from Discord in terms of like source code. I want also to make changes to the way things work compared to Discord. One idea that we are playing around with is the idea of um, deleting, like removing the concept of a voice channel, and instead have that any channel can hold a voice call, for example. So there are some changes of that kind that I have in mind. Also, all the audio stuff is implemented from scratch. I'm not using WebRTC. I'm doing everything from essentially the bottom up, and the goal is to make it so that you can run a web server on a so it takes you, what is it, 7 boosts, so like about 35 euros a month to have 1080p streaming in your Discord server. The plan is make it so that you can just get a 3 euro 50, 4 euro uh server, like a very crappy one from Hetzner, for example, and that should be good enough to host a server for you and your friends. So like a 10x cost reduction essentially. Well, so this is not complaining about anything. It seems that it should be working, but it's not. Also, it's not showing this thing up here anymore. I guess it's because bypass is true. I'm gonna disable the bypass stuff. So that's the general idea. Obviously, compared to the vibe coded copy, it's gonna take me longer. Also, this is a native client. This is not a web client, so I'm going with native clients first. So as I was saying, obviously it's gonna take longer, but it gives you the opportunity to be more efficient and way more efficient and change the design of things that you want to change. Also, I think the Fluxer might have some copyright issues because if it's a one-to-one copy, which snoops at some of the Discord source code, that's copyright protected. Uh, why is there no? Where's the icon? There we go. Now the icon is back. Now the icon is back, but we don't hear shit. The icon is back, but we don't hear shit. So here's hmm. I don't know. This just does not want to work. I guess I'm gonna comment it out. Um, yeah, I don't know. It just does nothing. I don't get it. Maybe I should. One thing that I didn't play with is the docking configuration. Let's see. In general, when other audio is playing during voice chat, applying a higher level of docking could increase the intelligibility of the voice chat. If not set, the default docking configuration is to disable advanced docking with a docking level set of other audio docking level default. Well, what's the configuration? NS Swift Sendable. Struct API available. Enable advanced docking level. Address of property. Right. So I can do this. No, you can't. So I have to type this thing out? Bro. Can I do this? Can I do this? What a tedious language. What a tedious language. Expression is not assignable. Wait, how does it fucking work then? Well, it's a struct. This thing is a struct. I guess I can assign to it. I guess I need to make a struct of this. Like this. Min, mid, max. Is this fine? Hmm. Test. Test. Oh, this is now showing up. Wait a second. That thing is now showing up, but I'm not even turning this thing on. Is it because this is true instead of being false? Oh. Huh. Test. Like changing mic mode. God damn it. Changing mic mode does nothing. Um, Now we hear nothing. This just straight up does not work. We can change this now, which is good. Except we can't hear anything back. Straight up impossible. Why? Unknown. Exit. Oh, we crashed. Um, not okay, that is not important. So yeah, I don't know. None of this audio stuff works. And it is absolutely unclear what it is that you have to do to make it work. Um, Do I need to do it to the output as well for it to work? Wait. One thing that I didn't do is the output. To be fair. What if this was the answer? Huh. Okay, they did not crash, but still doesn't produce any output. I don't know. Well, let's ignore advanced ducking for a moment. Okay, that's the problem. Output node doesn't have these guys. Huh. What if these had to go before connecting these nodes to the engine? AV audio IO node. Wait, are you saying that the output node is not an AV audio IO node? It is. Oh, but these other ones are only for input node. Okay. If you enable the input node, does signal processing on incoming audio, taking out any of the audio that is played from the device at a given time from the incoming audio. Okay. There we go. If enabled, the input node does signal processing on the incoming audio, taking out any of the audio that is played from the device at a given time. Wait, is this a thing that we only enable it on the output node? Voice processing requires both input and output nodes to be in the same voice processing mode. Oh. Enabling this mode on either of the IO nodes automatically enables it on the other IO node. Oh. Voice processing is only supported when the engine is rendering to the audio device and not in manual rendering mode. Voice processing can only be enabled or disabled when the engine is in a stopped state. The output format of the input node and the input format of the output node have to be the same, and they can only be changed when the engine is in a stopped state. Well, I don't have the input format match the output format, unfortunately. Uh, so for this thing, so that explains why it doesn't work. For this thing to work, input and output node need to match completely. That's just not how this works. This is just not how this works, because we have different devices that use all like a wide variety of like shitty configurations. Like, how do you make them? I guess I would have to make the speakers use the same shitty frequency that the input microphone is using. We could test this. We could test this just as a test, but that's kind of a no go for us. No, because that's exactly the problem. That's what I'm doing, and that is the problem. Because so basically I would need to have. Let me see if I can test this without too much surgery. But basically, we would want to have the output node use as a format uh, input format for bus 0. We would need to run the output node the same way. Okay, let's see how this goes. Hmm. So in theory, we now have this. Actually, you know what? Let's do this. We connect the input. So let's connect the input node directly to the output node. We can even omit this. Connect input node to output node straight up using the input format. This is not going to work. This is going to fail a bunch of times because the output device is not going to always support all these stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
It
It
works
works
now.
now.
Voice
Voice
isolation.
isolation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Horrible.
Horrible.
But it
But
is
it is
working.
working.
The reason why it's jumpy, it's because we are playing back our own audio. So the thing here is that basically that jumping is essentially the feedback loop interrupting itself. Mysteries. So I guess what you would want to do is that when you have selected something that looks like speakers, so if your output device is speakers, then you use the same frequency as the input. What a fucking mess. What a complete fucking mess. So somehow you need to recognize speakers from non-speakers. Is there a way to do that? Is there a way to recognize when an audio output device is speaker versus headphones? On macOS, there is no AV audio session on macOS. Transport type. Scope output. Audio value translation. Good for external devices. For the built-in audio device, the data source will tell you speaker versus headphones. Type USB, type Bluetooth, NLE. Could be headphones combined with name check if needed. Transport built-in. Need data source checks. The approach one. This audio stuff is a nightmare, man. It's a complete nightmare. The funny thing also is that well, but no, this is not something that OBS concerns itself with. The problem right now is that we know that there is a way of setting up noise let's call it echo cancellation. Essentially it's this. It's the behavior where if you have speakers that play sound into your microphone, then we want to not have an infinite feedback loop. We want to stop feedback loops. And the clean way of doing this, so you know how you can enter you can open a conferencing application and with your laptop open with speakers on, and then it works, right? Why does it work? It works because the device knows that when audio is playing from the speakers, the microphone should not be picking that noise up. The way this works right now, this API that I'm using works more specifically, sees that the same audio is both being output from the speakers and being captured by the microphone, and so it turns that input in the microphone down to zero. So that way you can do the open laptop voice calls. The problem is that you don't want this behavior always. You don't want this behavior with your headphones, for example. It introduces lag. Like you could see that it was way slower at turning on the audio engine, etc. Um, and at the same time, you would like to say, if you want to support this, well, actually, what I would expect personally is that DOS figures this shit out. Like this entire fucking API is already super high level and doesn't allow me to be too precise with what I'm doing with the audio devices. So why doesn't it at least provide me with that convenience? But apparently it does not. So basically, what I would like to do is only turn it on if we're using speakers. Now, how do we know if you're using speakers? And that's what I was searching, and the answer is you can't really know. Like you can know if you're using the built-in speakers, but you can't know if you're using a third-party speaker. If you're using a third-party speaker, you're kind of fucked essentially. So I mean, I guess we could support this for built-in speakers, and that's already better than nothing. But still, the problem is that like you're trying to have a complete solution and there's just no fucking way. And there is just no fucking way. I guess what we do is that we search in the name if it has the string speaker. We search in the name of the device. If it has the string speaker, it's a speaker. And then we turn on that system. Otherwise, we don't. That's it. Like that's also what this thing is suggesting. I mean, not that the AI always suggests the right thing, but um find out if audio device can change volume. Headphone detection. Voice processing. Using voice processing. Stack Overflow. Question that nobody answered. What's new in voice processing? I don't know, man. What's new in voice processing? Show me. Slides? No slides. Also, capítulos? Is this Spanish? Wait. Sorry, YouTube. I'm gonna have to mute this. I don't want music cause trouble. You know what? I'm gonna unmute. Okay. Oh, but there's subtitles. Sorry, you get the subtitles. Peg speed. Let's go 2x. Okay, so why is this volume so low? Anyway, 2x. Sure, sure, sure. Come on, man. Let's go. Get to the point. Man, where's my slides? God damn it. Codigo. Yeah, 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 yeah. Come on, come on, come on. The units of property. Okay. Yeah. Okay. The thing that recognizes when you're muted. I don't know. I don't. Whatever. Sure. So there's nothing useful in here essentially. You can look at the code, but it's like, yeah, that's the boring shit. We already learned that from comments. Mute token detection, implementation of HAL APIs, listener callback implementation. Again, this doesn't talk about how the fuck do I know if I want to turn this shit on or not? Because you obviously do not want to turn it on if you have headphones. I am really thinking of looking at the string and then saying if it has a speaker, then Or alternatively, we can have a checkbox that you check, like you check the checkbox manually for now to enable echo cancellation, voice processing, whatever the heck. What was the code that we got to? What's the code here that was trying to get this from the default device? Let's see. Get the default output device. Hardware property default output device. That doesn't tell me what is the built-in one, though. Get the current data source. Translate data source ID. No, you know what? Let's take a look at what libsound.io does. Because libsound.io has a lot of it has a lot of logic. Let's see. Device has changed. Property name. Device UID. Stream configuration. Preferred channel layout. Nominal sample rate. Available nominal sample rates. Buffer frame size range. Buffer frame size range. What's the what? Oh, I guess that's the one that he wants. That's the ones that he supports. These are many, I guess. Aim. Input output. From channel description. Ambisonic. Whatever. Refresh devices. What are we looking at in here? Yeah, there is no knowledge if a thing is a set of speakers or not in here. Okay, so it seems that I'm not missing any big thing, big approach, big device overload. Unit type output, unit type component type, audio component description. Audio unit current device, stream format, render callback. Begin write. Okay. So yeah, we're not missing out on anything. So that means that we need to, when we are starting the engine, we need to look at the name of the device that we're looking at, and we need to say, does it have speakers? If it has speakers in the name, then we need to turn on audio processing, and we have to use that weirdo configuration. Otherwise, we don't. Hey, Togglebeat. Hello, everybody. Welcome to another day of Apple Audio API pain. So what I'm learning to do right now is to enable how you enable voice processing. Hey, Hardliner, thank you for the tier one sub. Holy shit. What the heck? What's going on? Toggle is subscribed now. So hello everybody. So here's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to enable voice processing on my voice application on macOS. I'm trying to use operating system APIs. So this is not entirely like in-house. The problem is, it turns out that this whole system doesn't even tell you when it is appropriate to turn on voice processing. So to be clear, this is what voice processing is. You know, when you're entering a meeting call and you have a open laptop and you're having audio come out of your speakers and you're counting, you know, you're relying on the laptop to not play that audio back into the microphone somehow, right? Because the microphone will pick that audio up for sure, but you hope that the laptop knows how to cancel that, and it can. There's an API for it, but it is kind of annoying and restrictive, and it is absolutely not clear at all when you should be turning it on, in the sense that obviously you want to turn it on when you are playing audio from speakers, right? That makes sense. But nothing tells you when the device, the output device that you're using, is a set of speakers versus headphones. It does not tell you. So um so what is the strategy? My strategy right now is going to be to grab the device name, and if it has speakers in the name, if it has speaker in the name, if there is a case insensitive match for the word speaker, then we turn audio processing on. It's either that or a manual checkbox. I guess we could turn on a manual checkbox. Let's do the checkbox approach for starters, because the string name is kind of jank. In any case, this is pain. This stream is pure pain. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. So if we have voice processing enabled, then we try to turn it on. Apparently, you only need to turn it on one end. You don't need to turn it on the other end, and it's fine. Also, let's do here an else, because we need a very weird setup for this case. If voice processing, I think we also want this. We want voice processing HEZ enabled. False. False. True. Ducking level max. Then we connect input node. We do not connect input node to output node. We connect input node to main to the capture mixer. Oh no, wait. Okay, so wait a second. Um, the rule is that the audio format of the speakers has to match the audio format of the input. So for the speakers, we choose whatever the input node suggests. But then the input node does not get connected to the speakers. The input node gets connected to capture node, capture mixer node. Here. Yes. But then it's the output node. Okay, so this part is the weird part. The main mixer node then connects to the output node using the microphone's format. Maybe audio format. This, I think. Because they have to match. Obviously, what we're missing here is there should be negotiation. Like it might be that the preferred thing, if the preferred format of this guy doesn't match the preferred format of, well, sorry, of this guy. So yeah. Else, what is the normal setup? So the normal setup is we connect the input node to the mixer node. And I think I can leave these nil because essentially we want to let them use whatever format they want. So like nil, I think it's a different way of saying use whatever this guy wants, and this is fine because they are, I'm gonna say, they are incompatible. Actually, you know what? Let's be explicit. Why not? Self.engine output node out input format for bus 0. And here it's input node output format for bus 0, I think. So there we go. So this is the normal connection, and this is the one that we do when voice processing is enabled. Now in set devices, let's also do voice processing. Oh, what have I done here? There you go. Okay, fuck it. Let's use this style. Okay. I need to add a UI element for this. So in I guess this is an output thing. Oh, I guess the checkbox does work this way. By the way, I need to go eat lunch now. So I'm sorry for the people that who just joined. Um Oh, also this is no, this cannot be this. This needs to be something that we remember. This needs to be audio dot voice processing. Um yeah, like this. Okay, give me 15 minutes, and then we're gonna test this out. So the story is this: we turn on voice processing when the checkbox is checked. We don't turn it on when the checkbox is not checked, and then I don't know. We hope that that is gonna be good enough because I would like to be able to test Awebo with an open laptop. That's the main point. I think I've tested this already a couple of times this way, and it would be nice if it didn't echo. Um, so yeah, give me 15 minutes and I'll be right back. Okay, hello everybody, I'm back. um, wait, what was I doing? Something ate my line. Uh, Audio playback voice processing. Enable like removal. If it's clicked, audio dot um, what is it that we do in the drop down? Set devices. But the devices also sends down voice processing. Okay, so I said Boolean. You said voice processing. Okay, with this we should be happy now because then when we start the engine, we're gonna do the right thing. Maybe. Maybe. Okay, what's the problem? And I can identify audio. Oh, yeah, that did not autocomplete. Yes. What is it in this context? Core.audio? Yeah. Oh, and here, core. Mm, okay. No, that also doesn't work. Okay, this is it. Okay. Does the app launch yet? Yes, it does. I mean, it wasn't because I was messing around with code, but now we're back into working condition. Okay, so let's see. I'm gonna enable echo removal. Uh, what's the? I guess there's no formatting descriptor for booleans. So we print it as a number, I guess. Sorry, it's a small pet peeve, but okay. Test. Uh, not working. Hit. Let's try HD Pro webcam HD 60x. Test. Test. No. Stop. Test. God damn it. Stop. Test. Wait, this doesn't work? Wait. This does no, this should work. What the fuck? This should work. Test. Why does this not work? Wait, we somehow experience a regression now. This should work. Okay, let me try. I don't know. I don't know what's going on anymore, man. So this should work, and it does. Okay. Stop. Try again. Works. Yes. With voice removal. Test. Test. Well, okay. Now it's hard because you know what? In theory, this might even be working. We don't even know because maybe it's just perfect at removing the echo. Although, um, although, hmm, we could change this to mean and see what happens. Mm, maybe also we can mute that just in case that doesn't work. I commented out one line that is not strictly necessary to have this thing work. I have a problem. I want to send a big file via JSON content. Is it possible to skip the reader or the writer on the fly? Um, in theory, yes. In practice, um, the question is, does std.json have a IO reader and IO writer that you can use for that? I guess you need to answer that question. I think it has something like something that's called like a reader or a writer, but it might, even though it shares the name, it might not be precisely, something that implements IO.reader or IO.writer. Um, but like hypothetically, there is no problem with doing this. It could totally work. It looks like mumble. The way that it looks like is not important right now. I'm not putting any effort into making it look nice. I'm still trying to make all the audio stuff work correctly. So test, test, test. Doesn't work. What if we do it like this? Test, test. Uh-uh. I think I think I'm doing something wrong with this. Maybe this is input format. I don't know. One bit at a time, we're gonna figure this out. Yeah, then if that is the case, then it means that the current implementation doesn't have that capability. I'm sorry. In theory, you could write it yourself, but I'm guessing you were asking because you were hoping for something already made. Okay, test. Okay, this works. This works. Test. This works as well. Test. 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 Doesn't fucking work. Oh, this works. Stop. So test. Test. Now with this on, it doesn't work. Why? Even just having mixers in the middle breaks it? How is this possible? Input node to capture mixer node. Main mixer node to output node using input format. Um, hmm. Oh, this is invoice processing, right? Okay. Input format, 6 fucking channels. Holy shit. Right. So can you not at least downstream? I don't get it. I really don't get it. Can you not at least like down mix? Because the documentation says that they need to support the same, they have to use the same format. Can you not even down mix? On exit, the node cannot enable or de-able. There's a typo. Voice processing. Voice processing is only supported when the engine is rendering to the audio device. Okay. Voice processing can only be enabled or disabled when the engine is stop state. The output format of the input node and the input format of the output node have to be the same. They have to be the same. This should be output. Actually, does this make any difference? And I'm curious. So when this was input, this was saying 6 channels. I kind of expected to say the same thing now. Yeah, okay. So saying input or output on those devices doesn't matter. You get the same values back, essentially. Okay. So I guess we don't want that. Let's call this row format. And then we want input format, AV audio format, input to be a actually, what inits does it have? Init with stream description. Init with stream description. Init with stream description channel layout. Init standard format with sample rate channels. Initialize to the interleaved format with the specified sample rate. I don't know, init standard format. With sample rate, which is going to be the row format. Dot. Oh man, I so wish I could read that stuff down there. Sample rate. Okay, what's in here? Sample rate, interleaved, channel count, common format, standard. Okay, this one was sample rate. Oh no, I lost it. Sample rate and then channels. Channels. Two. I don't know. So with this, but this microphone might not give us 2 channels. Fuck. Okay, let's do channels 1. Okay, what do you say about this? Normal? Yes. Um, then echo removal. Okay. Oh, it works. It works. Test, test, test. I mean, it doesn't change much, to be fair. Now, more interestingly, with the webcam, there we go. Oh my god. Horrible. 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 Truly horrible. You can hear it, right? This is the uh uh okay, so what you were hearing there was the thing trying to voice cancel on this thing, which it makes sense that it makes it behave wrong. It's because we are trying to purposely echo back, but also we're canceling the echo back, and so it's I don't know, it's shit. But at least we have a checkbox that works, and in theory this should work with laptops. So I'm gonna commit this code. I'm gonna bring my laptop and I'm gonna test it. So the idea is when I enable the audio test without that checkbox, there should be an infinite loop. But with it, there should not be any. I mean, it's still gonna work weird, but no, at least it's a starting point. Have you tried in combination with black hole routing to do what? You mean if I just tried to ever use my black hole device? I don't think that device is connected to anything right now. Like it's just a virtual device that goes nowhere. So, or are you saying in terms of like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the experiment would look like. Like, what do I route through it? Uh, Desktop audio? I don't know. In any case, I'll bring the laptop. Okay, pulling on my laptop. Okay. Then run a local server. Okay, run an instance. Okay, no echo removal. Capture test. Yeah, it did very quickly. Echo a lot with echo removal. Uh, it, it- yeah, it's kind of trying, but it never succeeds. This is so funny. Oh man. So like the laptop is playing back my own voice at me with a it's a delay that is not exactly zero, but it is low enough, despite all the processing. The whole thing is low enough, like the delay is low enough that it feels weird because I feel my own voice being reflected in me in a sense, in a weird way. It's kind of weird, but it works. It works. It doesn't echo back. Now I can use this with my speakers. That's crazy. That is crazy. Success. So despite everything, we succeeded at least at this. So we suffered. Does it feel weird with headphones too? No, I'm used to that. So we have device selection. It fucks up your default device. I'm sorry about that. I don't know how to make it better. Or rather, with the current API, I don't believe it's possible to make it better. But at least we have something. We have voice echo removal. It's manual right now. It doesn't turn on automatically when you're using your speakers. But it's better than nothing. What else? You can change devices and the audio engine will restart. Sometimes it's going to shit itself and there's nothing we can do about it, but could be worse, I guess. Then, what else? So it could be worse. I think so. We really, actually, in the end, we really did go through all the options up here. We're essentially missing these two. Okay, ask permissions for the microphone the right way and use AV audio routing arbiter. AV audio routing arbiter is something specific to AirPods. Maybe with the way it works, it's not even necessary. You know what? I'll do a test just for curiosity. So I'll open an instance of Awebo. I'll open my laptop. So I have my laptop open next to me. I'm gonna put my AirPods on. Then I'm going to make sure that they connect to my laptop. So I'm gonna play. Okay, I played something on my laptop. Perfect. Now I'm going to go on my other computer. Wait, what the fuck? Why did they move to Mac? Wait, moved. Oh, okay. Go in settings here. Start. What happens now? Oh, I am using them. Yes. Holy shit. It sounds really bad though. But okay. Well, not really bad, but a little bit bad. Stop. Play audio here. Okay, so this is already working as it should. So what is AV audio routing arbiter doing really then? I guess that is a thing that you want to use if your engine stays on. Right now, we don't have like a application playback engine. We only have a call specific engine. For example, if you put a video in Awebo, I mean, right now you don't have a way of putting a video in Awebo, but let's say that in the future you can. There's nothing that can do playback on that thing yet. I mean, this is saying to do this, but it worked even without us doing anything. I'm starting to think that this is a. I'm starting to think that Audio Engine does this automatically already for us. Okay. So no more headphones for a while. So this is good. I think we're left with asking for microphone permission the right way. Which is this thing. The app's permission to record audio. So um so when you're about to turn on a call, we look if we have the permission, and if we don't, how does this work? Um I guess it's something like this. Property bool has recording, let's call it has recording permission. Okay, in call, in test, has recording permission. So how does it work? Um, I don't think we want to do this on application init. Although doing this on application startup might not be a bad idea. But you know what? No, let's do it the first time that you join a call. So when we're starting the engine, we look at this. So if not self dot has self dot hello has recording permission, then we ask for it. How does it work? AV audio application shared instance. AV dot input muted is input muted. Get the input muted state. Return this value is boolean for muted. Input samples zeroed out. Microphone injection permission. Record permission. Wait, I should have looked into this thing before. Muted. Set the muted state of the application's audio input. When set to true, inputs of all the clients relating to this application will have their samples zeroed out. No, this is a per application input muting and doesn't affect the hardware mute state. Get the input muted state. Return. Okay, there's already two different places where you mute inputs. Where the fuck am I supposed to do it? Am I supposed to do this on the audio input, on the input node device, or should I do it here? Input mute state change handler. Record permission. It is an email indicating whether the user has granted, denied permission to record, or has not been asked. I think that's what we want. Is this an enum of some kind? Yeah. Okay, let's improve our Objective-C code. So here we don't keep a boolean, but we keep one of those things called AV audio application record permission. AV audio application record permission. Record permission. Okay. So with this, on init, we discover this information. record permission equals AV audio application. Shit, I forgot. No. No. That's this. Okay, AV audio application shared instance. Record permission. Then down here, in engine start, this needs to be more complicated. Shit, how do you check an enum, an Objective C enum of this kind for equivalence? This is gonna be interesting. If self dot record permission is, huh? Now this is gonna be fun. Is undetermined. Request record permission with completion handler. Is there a non-completion handler version of this? Yes. No, this is inject permission. Oh, they all have completion handler version. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Okay, this is going to be a mouthful. I don't know how you do this. This thing, then bool, then parentheses. No. No, this is void. Bool granted. Like this? Requesting make permission is a class method. Oh, is it? You're right, it's a class method, so I don't need an instance of it. So like this. Did I get this lambda signature right? Is this response a different name for this granted parameter? Hopefully. Hmm. Also, I think that basically we don't start the engine in this case. So we do this, we return, and then we start the engine here if succeeds. And I mean, if it's granted, then we do self dot record permission equals AV audio application record permission granted. Oh no, wait. This kind of sucks because responsible. Oh wait. Let's see. Check to see if the calling process has permission to record audio. The response block will be called immediately if permission has already been granted or denied. Otherwise, it presents a dialog to notify the user to allow them to choose and calls the block once the UI has been dismissed. Granted indicates whether permission has been granted. Note that the block may be called in a different thread context. Um, so so that means that if it has not been granted, but does that mean that the user saying like closing the thing? I'm assuming that then they have to deny if they're not granting. They cannot leave it undefined after being asked once. It's not correct. Hmm. This is the return value. This is the name of the thing. And these are the arguments. Okay, so here it has no name, it's anonymous, returns void, receives granted. Oh, and that is the name of this thing. I think I did it right. Maybe void can be omitted. AV audio application record. Yeah. Permission denied, permission granted. Okay, so we're good. Oh, look at what's happening here. Permission granted. Permission denied. Oh, man, typos everywhere. Okay, this might be a little bit simplistic, but it should be fine. We're missing communicating to the core logic what's happening here. Like, I think that the core logic should actually take care of this. It shouldn't be all embedded, but as a starting point. Now, is there a way for me to revoke permission of this application from my system settings so that we can test this? I can turn it off, but I can't. I can't remove the application from the list. That's annoying. So we cannot test this logic. There should be a command though. You know what? Cloud. After connect error or connect headers, connection timeout. Claude. Gemini. Is there a way on macOS to remove, not to completely remove, record microphone recording permissions from an application? Not to deny, remove, to remove entirely. I want to test in my application the flow that handles asking the user for mic permissions. This motherfucker. Every time the cloud doesn't work, this guy doesn't work either. ChatGPT, I guess. You said. Oh well. TC util. Wow. How can I discover the application name is? Delete the app. How can I discover the full app name of an app on my system? OSS script. Now watch me reset my computer. -E. Oh, double quotes. We're not doing. This is not going well. Oh no, you're actually supposed to write ID of app. Wait, what? Oh, there you go. Com Mitchell H Ghosty. That makes sense. Okay, the reason why I'm searching for Ghosty is because Awebo shows up as a Ghosty as part of Ghosty. That's why. Um, okay. Will it blend? Yes. And yeah, you can only have allow, don't allow. It works. Holy shit, it works. Okay. That wasn't so bad. That was not so bad. Okay. Kind of done. I mean, the implementation that I have is far from being the best. There are some serious downsides in the code that I wrote. We're doing a first pass. I think with this we have network that works well enough, Bluetooth devices that work, speakers that also work. I think it's time for a test with Emalog. So I'm gonna ping him. Let's see if he's alive. Just a double check. We can join a call. Oh, wait. Wait a second. Why was it laggy? Why was it... Wait, there's something bad going on there. Want this to go to 0. Test. Test. Yes. Why is it laggy? Why is it laggy? Oh, why can I not hear anything anymore now? Why does this not play anything? Hello? Oh no. Oh no. I've been too optimistic, but also it kind of made it seem that we did want voice processing when we don't want voice processing. I think I might have done something bad to my computer that causing all audio to be kind of shit. And I just don't know why. No space left. Okay, that's fair. Holy Zig cache. Huh, this guy is doing the compiling job. This guy is waiting for the other guy to be done. Hmm, nice. Okay. So I'm joining a call. Okay, and that call does not have any voice processing in it. Test. Okay. Test. Okay. Test, test, test. That's lucky though. Why? Huh. Unmute. Mute. And we don't hear anything. Something is wrong now. Basically, with this setup, one thing ruins the other. This is admin speaking, so admin should not hear itself back. But this other guy has something fucked up. Join. How it works. Oh, no, wait. If I mute it, um, I'm going to change this to the Mac Mini speakers. Test. Oh fuck! The exit button crashes because I hit an assertion that I added. Standard. Let's leave that as standard. I think that it's that thing showing up that causes trouble. The problem is I don't know why that thing shows up. I stopped asking for audio processing. You know what? Let's do this. In here, true. Maybe it's also this. Maybe it should be nil. Because I was not having this trouble before. I don't get what the fuck is causing this. Like, I understand weird behavior when we do turn on voice processing, but right now we're not. I don't get it. Test. Okay. Jesus. Oh, I can't press exit. Okay, I need to be able to press that exit button. I need to be able to press that exit button. Wait a second. Um, okay. Jesus. Again? Oh. Oh. Okay. Test. Test. Yes. No weird shit. Okay. And leave. Leave. It's almost as if these audio devices um it's almost as if the audio device, like, it's a side effect that survives what we're doing in the application. Like, it even survives restarts. Like we turn on the setting on the audio device, and then that's it. You're done. Like you're toast. I don't know. Oh, git status, git push for Sweetleys. Okay. Matt is making tea, and once it's done, once he's done, oh, there we go. We're gonna be able to do the test. So he's back. Hello, Matt. So here's what I would say. Let me go full screen camera so I don't leak the top secret IP address of our server. Does it actually leak its own server? No, it just leaks my its own IP. Oh yes, it does leak its own IP, and it also leaks my IP when I connect first. Nice. Um, okay, Awebo server run. I don't think I changed anything in the server, so we should be able to connect remotely. Okay, Matt. So here's what you have to do. All you have to do is connect with your remote instance. So remember, we have, I believe, a remote directory. Oh, sorry, no. Before that, uh, you need to pull rebase from the test branch. There's a branch called test. You need to pull, if you added already, rebase, because I'm force pushing to it. And yeah, build. And then you should be able to set your headphones, like just set your headphones as the default input device on your Mac, and then you should be able to join a call. And it should work in theory. I'll join as soon as I see you join. Okay. No worries. You can also set your audio devices while you wait for the build to succeed. Man, the trepidation. Will it work? Will we be able to do a voice call? Oh man. What stupid bullshit will the audio APIs of macOS throw at us this time? Who knows? Who knows? Okay, I have a client. What are the details I'm connecting to? If you do cd inside a directory named remote that we created the other time, you don't have to input any details. You should open the client. Remember that the invocation is zig build GUI and then dash d local dash cache. You should have it in your history. And if you do that inside of the directory named remote that we created, you should. Oh, you have the details in our Zulip chat. Oh, he's inside. I didn't notice. Okay. Hello. Oh no, why does the light turn on and I don't hear anything? One sec. Test. Test. Why does this shit not work? Man, I hate Macs. What the fuck? Okay. Test. Test. Now we don't now I don't even hear anything locally. What have I done? Test. 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 Mac mini speakers don't work. Test. Wait, there's something sus going on here. Not edit controls. Oh no. There's another Mac mini showing up in here. Oh, right. The test does not work normally. That is fine. Test. Hello. Can you hear me? Shit. Maybe you can, but I cannot hear you. One sec. What am I supposed to do now? I can use my Mac mini speakers in theory. Well, I can test if they work by doing this. You have been able to hear me. Yes. I don't know why I'm unable to hear you. Um Test. Okay. This works. Jesus. Say something. No. Okay, I just cannot hear anything back. Did I fuck up somehow completely? Is this okay? Wait a second. Let me try to do this. Turn off Bluetooth. Turn Bluetooth off. Set this here. This being nil is what we were doing already. You can also do this just to be sure. Oh, wait. Also, this. I just don't know what kind of fucked up thing we've done to the system that is surviving application restarts. All right, that actually does nothing without the other option. Okay, I need to try with Matt. Test. It's incredible. You turn on, but playback doesn't work. Okay, let me see. Sorry, let me see what else I fucked up. But it's also weird because you have my same code and it works for you. Wait, Matt, just to double check, can you confirm that you've been hearing me from the Mac and not confusing my voice from the stream? You probably did not make that mistake, but just to make sure. Hmm. Yeah. So I am receiving source input. It just does not play to the headphones. Okay, one sec. What is this connected to? This is connected to the main mixer node. Yeah, and it works. Um, what else can I try? Um, hmm, what else can I try? I don't know. What else can I try? Test? Nope. The fact that he lights up right away is because we are receiving audio from him. And it is so annoying. Main mixer node is connected to output mode. Main mixer node is connected to output mode. I think I'm doing something else that is wrong. Test. To be fair, I have been trouble testing locally also, right? Or have I? Test. Yeah, we speak on one end. Oh, right, but we're not connected. Test. Test. No, this works. What the fuck? Oh, no, wait. This half works. This doesn't fully work. Test, test. Hmm. I think I broke something else in the workflow. Hmm. Oh, this is also wrong. Wait a second. This might also be wrong. Test, test. Oh no, now I can't speak. Okay, now we broke it even further. Never mind. Let's leave mono format. But oh no. This is actually fine. This is from mixer to no, this is fine. This is mixer to sync. That is correct. Okay, so if this doesn't work, then I must have a logic bug in the voice call stuff. Matt, if you hear me, can you leave the voice call and rejoin it after me? Uh-oh, he left. He's not coming back. Oh, that is interesting. So I'm assuming that you're hearing me well. Uh, I cannot really hear you. I hear noise and noise. Oh, I do not hear you now. Okay. Test. Do you hear me now? You do. So I think I have a bug. I think that the recent changes introduced a bug in how um, things are connected. By the way, you try to say something. Yeah, okay. You do light up, but audio just doesn't want to work. What if I do this and then I take it out? We're not doing too well. Audio, the application is dying. Okay, back in, not dying, but not working. Oh, also I don't. My microphone doesn't even work anymore. Hello, T2SE. Thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. So welcome. Um, you're watching me having horrible issues with audio devices that I don't understand. The audio APIs on Mac are a mess, and so now I'm being heard, but the other user who is Matlag here in chat, he can hear me. I cannot hear him. I can see when he speaks because the user lighting up happens correctly, but I don't know why my headphones don't want to play audio from him. So, okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to double check that the code path for adding and removing audio sources isn't completely broken. And I don't know what we're going to do next. Oh, there is one thing also to note. We right now are not keeping track of sources, of network sources. But we have to, because if we rebuild the engine, we need to reconnect also all the sources that were disconnected. What a mess. So, welcome, Raiders. We are in the middle of pain, long story short. So, what happens when a new voice call begins? We are in core and we call start. Then, from the network, when we receive data, we try to find the caller. Otherwise, we return. Which is interesting. If we do find the caller, we write a packet. Now, how do we find a caller? We find a caller because a caller is added whenever. Well, we know that the caller is added though because we see them. We see the caller. So let's add a print here that says writing packet to caller. Caller dot. Oh, these suggestions are not great. Caller dot ID. I'm assuming that it has an ID. Do we know if callers have an ID? I mean, we have these, the CID, that's for sure. I mean, yeah, let's do this. Yeah, writing packet to caller 11. So, yeah. Sorry, Matt, still cannot hear you. Okay, so we are definitely writing packets. In core, are we using the audio APIs correctly? Are we calling add source correctly? Add caller. So yeah, here we see this. Let's comment source input. So we should comment things that cause spam. So core has a print also for color speaking. Here, comment this out. So engine start success, active call join CID 17, and then dropping audio packet, audio thread is too slow. Dropping audio packet, audio thread is too slow. It means that we're not reading. So if I go in audio, then where is it? This guy here be called, and he should be pulling packets. Playback source monofill. Log.debug audio thread audio playback running. Let's see, is it running? Test. Yeah, it is. Wait, what? Dropping audio packet, audio thread is too slow. How did they break this? Wait. How is it possible that this is called, but it runs first it doesn't play shit and then it runs slow? I think I need to reboot my Mac. I think I fucked up the audio subsystem so hard that nothing works. Yeah. Okay, I think I killed my system. Sorry. Okay. I think I killed my system. I cannot think of another reason. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to remove this. I'm gonna I'm gonna tell this to Matt in case that he's not listening to the stream, and I'm gonna reboot. I don't know what else it could be though. Otherwise, uh, yeah, no, Matt, it's fine. So listen, I'm gonna reboot. I think I messed up my system too much, and I don't have control over how to fix it. Like even my mouse stopped working when I pressed that thing. Even this, I think, doesn't fix it. Like even changing it here doesn't fix it, I think. Test? No. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna reboot. Ah, man. There is still one thing that drives me nuts though. The self playback was actually working. Like when I was turning on the audio self test, that was working. Why was the main audio playback not working? So many questions. Oops. Um, oh, you know what? Also, rebooting. By rebooting, I killed the server. Um, so let's open right now audio.m. Let's turn on the capture mixer node test. Then source add user data kind. Yeah, you know what? I think even doing this test doesn't matter. I don't know. I mean, in the server. Matt, if you're around, try joining. I don't know why this thing shows up again. Also, do I play like normal audio? I'm gonna test this also now. Yes, we. Oh, Matt. For a brief moment, I heard something. No. Now I hear only noise. I think. So I think I was messing my own system up earlier, but I also think that you just don't work well. You don't have any other microphone, right? Uh oh. Hmm. Hello. This is not going to work. Okay, now audio too slow. What happened? He is also on a Mac, yes. I think there's oh, you hear me now. Yeah, you are hearing me. I think there's still a problem with his Bluetooth headphones. Like I cannot think of any other option. Like I don't know what other option there could be. Although wait, there is one thing. I need to see. Should I try on Arch? We don't have a Linux audio backend yet. We're working on it though. So let me try this locally. Because I'm blaming him, but I don't think I should be blaming him. I think I fucked something up hard. The problem with testing this locally is that it's really hard because I'm using the same fucked up audio setup. Like if this doesn't work, and it does work. So this does work. But this is working like I'm not hearing myself twice. The second user does not work. Mute. Yeah. You see? This doesn't work. And it should. And I don't know if this is because of a fucked up audio setup or a fucked up like source input setup. I wish I knew. I wish I knew. I wish I knew which it is. Man, I wish I knew. Yeah, look, dropping audio packet, audio thread is too slow. Okay, so I regress something locally. The reason why this is not working is because I totally regress something locally. What precisely? I don't know. I want to also to not do this. It's definitely on my end. This was not a problem before. Sorry, my end, I mean application. My application. Test. Yeah. So why? Why have I caused this? Why have I caused this? Audio call source add. What do we pass down? Mm, we pass down a caller. Yeah, so we that we never get wrong. And callers are HIPAA located, so they're pinned. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Sorry for the issues. The only thing that I can think of is that connecting a source to the main mixer node causes issues because we are already connecting the test thing to the main mixer node. Although here I disabled that thing. Okay, what if I commented this out and I did a normal capture to simple? You so you have to you need the Zig version mentioned in the zone file. Actually, I should merge the latest changes and upgrade everything. Wait, did I do that already? By any chance? Oh, I haven't done that yet. Okay, now I merged. Now master branch should work in theory. That being said, I'm in a branch called test. So I'm going to rebase this branch, I guess. Hopefully this doesn't break everything. Yeah, look at the README. The README has all the information on how to launch stuff. And you can test locally. So you can test locally with you run a local server and then you enter into different directories and you use local cache with 2 users. By default, when you create this the server, you will get automatically admin and user. Both will use the same password. So this is currently with um, when you run Zig build server init, you get user admin. So admin password whatever you define, and then user password whatever you define. No field named error. Okay, let me test. Um, uh, git stash, git switch main, git pull. Zig up master. Mm, Zig build. Zig build. Yeah, no, you cannot be on this. We are on master branch. My recommendation is to get yourself. Okay, so I think that's the problem that you're experiencing. You need to get either Zig up or any Zig. At this point, I would recommend just to use any Zig. Any Zig is basically a Zig shim that gives you the right Zig version depending on the project that you're in. It's either that or Zig up. Zig up is more traditional. Is what I was using a moment ago. So you'll need that, otherwise you're not gonna be able to follow along. Sorry. Okay, now master branch git switch test. Okay, let's see if we can. I don't know if I want to rebase test on this. Man, I don't want to introduce more variables in the mix. God damn it. We need to update, but I don't want to add more Mr. Mixes. I'm gonna stay with the current Zig version. Test, test, test. Yeah, I'm definitely fucking something up. I don't know how, but I introduced some. Oh, yes, maybe. No, no, no. I introduced some bug. One thing that it touched in network. Mm, 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 mm. I have a lock here that I was not doing before, but that still doesn't explain. This lock is actually correct, and that still doesn't explain why the local stuff doesn't work. Hmm. Yeah, one works, the other not. I want to look at the prints. Test, test, test. Huh. So it is running on both ends, but mute, mute, mute. No, no worky. Why is no worky? Why? It's like one audio engine is fucking the other audio engine over hard. And if I leave now and I rejoin, now it works. Now the second guy works. Huh. Huh. There's still some lag somewhere. Like this one still complains. Test, test, test. Why? Like why? And this is the side effect of using one audio engine. Like this whole thing is because I'm using one audio engine. Like the answer is not one audio engine. The answer is not two audio engines. If you want to have voice cleanup, then unless I have introduced some kind of bug, but I really don't see how the playback is called on both ends. Stuff works on one end, it just does not work on the other. Although, you know what? Let's print this. What's in a color? Can we have like an ID for this color of some kind? There's a jitter buffer. There's a like my question is whether we're doing the hash map color ID stuff correctly, but I don't see why not. I'm tempted to throw in the trash the entire one engine thing and stay on two engines. We just stay on two engines. Life becomes so much easier. Then what we lose is the ability to do uh is the ability to do um voice stuff. Hmm. We just stay on two separate engines and then we call start whenever one breaks. How do you implement the voice thing though? Like it's absurd that this engine like this doesn't allow me to connect new sources like in a way that works. It's absurd, but that seems to be the glitch that I'm experiencing. And it's not like I really touched anything else. Main mixer node. What is the main mixer node output format? Yeah. Oh, I lost my microphone as an input. Like it somehow it died. um. Yes. Fine. Okay. So here's what I want to test. Can I do a self playback test on two different instances at the same time? Can I run the test twice locally? Test. Yes. Test. Yes. Yes. So you can use the same audio source twice. Then I want to see this add color being called twice. So we don't care about source playback. We care about add color being called twice. This is the user and this is admin. So I'll let admin join. Oh, there's feedback now. And it is also laggy. Why? Why is it laggy now? Crazy. But the reason why it is laggy, I can only think of one reason why it is laggy. It has to be this connection here. Okay, connect admin, no feedback because I disconnected that. Connect the other user. This has two colors. This has one color. No, two colors. Hmm. I have no idea how I'm fucking this up. And I don't think I am because there's one color represents the user itself, and that is fine. And then one color represents the other user. So like, let's add some more explicit printing about this. In audio, no, in core, when we join a call, oh, these are IDs. Okay. Then from colors, yeah, I think we want to show the user. Um, okay. And then whenever we receive an update, okay, this is what we see whenever there's a new user that joins. Okay. Here's the question. No, that makes sense. AC colors. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. What's this other thing? Okay, so this is user. So user join, active join, caller ID 16, user 2. Yes. U is true. Now, when the admin joins, this is going to be fine because this guy keeps hearing, well, starts hearing the other, starts hearing, like I can mute. And then when I join, it works. But here, let's see. U equals true. Adding pre-existing caller 2. Yes. Yes. Hmm. That is correct. Mute. Don't hear anything either side. This, I don't know what's it doing. Unmute. We received the audio, but the audio thread is too slow. It's almost as if we never added this new caller. We never called add caller, like the audio add caller on the second user. How did I somehow nuke this? Wait, doesn't this doesn't this wait a second. Wait a second. Does not this on init? It does call source.add. Okay, let me go check. Caller create creates a caller, initializes it, calls OS specific init on it, yeah, it calls call source add. So we're definitely doing this. Mm, add caller something something. Add caller something something else. Make a new source node. call the right callback. Attach node source, connect source to main mixer node, format, whatever format. So how is this not working? I really suspect that this has to do with some absurd, weirdo bullshit that has to do with the audio engine. I could have introduced the bug myself. I could. But somehow I suspect it's this guy. Because we are doing it right. This is the one that right now is not working, and this all sounds absolutely right. And yet somehow there's another thread that is not running. So here's what we can do. Let's reinstate here the print that says what we're running on, nslog. And so this is going to be callback %p, and this is going to be user data. And the question is, will this pointer be this other pointer or not? So (76 errors. I'm missing a net sign. You forget a net sign, you get 76 errors. Are you making something similar to Discord? Yes, I am. So how do we make it work? This one joins first, and it's going to be happy. This one joins second, and it's not going to be happy. Actually, we can even mute this. We join. What? All right. This one here is fine. This one also has the callback that runs. The problem is that this is now spammy. But if I got it right, unmuting causes trouble. Okay. So to remember, I need to remember which one needs to join first. This one needs to join first. Yeah. This one needs to join second. But we need to scroll at our own pace. Here we can mute. Here we join. Okay. Now, I'm actually going to mute so that we don't hear noise. So adding pre-existing caller user 2. Okay, there's a callback for yourself. There's not a callback for pre-existing user. Wait, we're not creating a caller for pre-existing users? Is that it? Is that the whole point? I think the whole point is that we're not creating a caller for pre-existing users. That seems weird though. Am I this dumb? How does it work sometimes? Like what? But I am. I actually am. Well, this guy spams forever, so I'm gonna retry. But so other user joins first. Remute. Admin joins second. And I forgot to roll up, but we can still do it. Um, Adding pre-existing caller user 2. So yeah, no, we do add caller for this. And we do add caller for this. We added a caller for both of them. We added a caller for both of them. So how come that the main mixer node is only pulling from one and not from them? Also, here's what we can do. If u equals true, hmm, hmm. I don't get it. I just don't get it. This was working before, and now it's not. And I haven't really touched that code much. So here's the funny thing: git status ga source. I'm gonna git push. So here's what I'm gonna do next. I'm gonna go to main. And I'm gonna run from main branch. So this is this code. This still has my old code with two engines: capture engine, playback engine. Test, test. It works now, as it should. Test, test, no test. There's some background noise. Oh my god. This motherfucker, you know what this motherfucker is doing? I think it's creating like it's computing like comfort noise. No, bro, you do not do that to me. Uh uh or not. No, this is the silence. This is the silence um from Opus. Hmm. Oh no, I'm trying to leave and I can't leave. Why is it hanging? Test. So join. Why are there multiple users in there now? Why is the other user twice in there? Oh, well, okay, so here's one thing for sure. Still surprises me that that this hangs this much. I guess this is on me. Maybe leave call doesn't correctly shut everything off as it should. But what I want to test. Um, network. There's certainly one thing that I want to fix. I want to lock on the receiver. Yes, here to here. What language are you developing with? I'm developing with Zig and Objective C when I have to interact with operating system APIs. Why are these users still inside according to the server? Am I running a particularly weirdly bugged server somehow? Why are these applications now this like, I don't understand what's going on anymore, man. Okay. Test. Now. Hmm. Test. 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 I'm trying to use my main speakers. That has broken the engine, I think. Back. We're back and you can't hear anything anymore. Like it's as if the engine was uh, changed internally. Somehow this is more jank. Somehow this is more jank than what I have in my branch. Oh no, you know why this is jank? Maybe it's the select that doesn't work as it should. I think it's the select that doesn't work as it should. I bet you we can test this. Um, let's do this. I think it might be this one. No, I think there was a better one. This one. Yeah, the fact that the server is also hanging, it means that the select is busted. I'm gonna have to revert this. You know, I don't. What is it? Git revert. Oh, we'll have to do this. Now let me see how this goes. If I'm right. Test. Test. Yeah, you see, now it actually closes as it should. Now, let's test macking with the settings. Although I think this does not work. Yeah. Test, test, test. Breaks. It completely breaks. Oh, you don't even hear. So like the engine has. But I do still hear some white noise. So I wonder what exactly is going on. Okay, so we need to git revert. Is there a way to revert a PR directly and mark it on a PR somehow? I don't think that it's a thing, right? There's no revert button. Okay, now how does this work? Okay. So I guess this is the comment that we need to revert, not this one. Like what's it? What is in this comment? Yeah, this one is just message essentially. This is the one that does the work. Select dot await catch return. Okay, so for everybody who has been trying to follow along, sorry. By reverting this commit, we're back to version 2.5.10 of Zig. So just in case anybody cares. That sucks. So now what did we get in the end? So what we got is that I either get functioning calls, but then every time you change the audio settings, everything poops itself, or we are resilient to audio changes, but then everything that we get from the internet, it never fucking works. It essentially never fucking works. Which is crazy. Which is absolutely crazy. Which is absolutely crazy. I don't know what to do. Maybe the answer is truly to abandon AV audio engine and just not even touch it. Like, not at all. Go deeper down. I wonder what does WebRTC use. Hmm. SDL2 is a higher level abstraction. I'm not going up. If I'm going anywhere, I'm going down. Like, I already have trouble using the native APIs. I don't want to have to touch the native APIs through an abstraction layer. Also, SDL is probably not designed for like voice calls, conferencing tools, that kind of stuff. So it's, I suspect that it's not too unlikely that they just don't have access. They don't give you access to the APIs that I would need. Again, not even the OS APIs seem to be too good at that. That's probably my fault. I think I think the problem is that I chose an API that is just too high level. I should have used Core Audio and have created my own audio core whatever thing is audio units. I should have used my own created my own audio units and just dealt with them manually. Because ultimately our graph is not even that dynamic, so huh. You know what the main difference is between what I'm doing right now and before? I think I might know what the main difference is and what how we could unblock ourselves maybe. Git switch test. What if in here the problem is that we are missing a default source node? Default source node. And when we create the graph, we also create a source node. Format uses self dot mono format. There's no user data. There's nothing. We do nothing. We literally do nothing. Actually, no, we don't even do this. There we go. Default source node is that. And then we attach also default source node. And we connect it to um, engine.main mixer node format mono format. Yeah. That is a thing that we had in the previous version that we don't have now, but it was like it was vestigial. It wasn't something that that I thought I would need. There we go. Super crash. Unrecognized selector sent to instance. Attach node to format. Oh, connect. Okay. So there's also the default node callback running test. Oh, wait. Mute? No, you don't hear shit. Never mind. Uh, it still doesn't do anything useful. But look at this though. You can see that we're running the callback for only 1 . We're running the callback for only one source. Where's the other one? What happened to the other one? Okay, so this default node thing is hole in the water. But I think we must have some UB going on because otherwise I cannot explain why is this running only for one pointer? Where's the other one? The only solution I can think of, you know what? I just don't even freaking know. Yeah, because actually you can see it here. Okay, like look, I'm gonna restart this and we're gonna be able to observe this. This has to be my fault. I cannot imagine this being Apple's fault. This has to be my bug. So here you can see, right? Two callbacks, two different pointers. One for one caller, one for the other caller. One caller is ourselves, so it's always playing silence. But both run. Look at this. Look at this shit. What happened? What happened to the other guy? So I think we're essentially clobbering. Oh, let's use add no clobber. Oh, come on. Please tell me that we have no, okay. It's we here it's get or put, but it's already we're already asserting that it has to be new on callers update. That sounds good. What about call join? Put no clobber. The answer has to be that. Wait, are you serious? There's no put no clobber. Oh, we don't uppercase C. There we go. Put no clobber. This has to be an assert that we're tripping. That would explain it all. That would explain the whole problem. I still don't understand though why this was not presenting itself with the previous implementation. Like, what did I change? Test, test. It's not tripping. God damn it. It's not tripping. It is not tripping. It is just not tripping. Okay, what if we don't add we pass another thing that says to not create a OS thing? Based on whether so existing colors in this room. Oh, unless we're not using the correct CID. Unless we are not using the correct CID. Hmm. I have I have introduced the dumbest bug possible, probably. Okay, let's go. Let's go find what it is. I don't believe it's AV Audio Engine. I don't believe that is it. I think it's us. That being said, wait a second. That being said, if we our AV Audio Engine is at least in part, it's at least part of it, because this callback. Okay, because this callback, we do add the color. We do add the first color. We 1,000 we 1 bajillion% do add the first color. We want like monster bajillion% to do add the first color, add both colors. So why do we not see this callback being called anymore? The only answer is that it gets stuck in there. We just add a built-in unreachable for good measure. The only thing that I can think of is that we get stuck in here because of UB somehow. Test. Now I'm gonna go up. I'm gonna go fucking up. And I'm gonna try to see, do we ever call the other one? Oh, oh, wait. I have the answer. This is the answer. This is the fucking answer. We reset, we rebuild the engine from scratch. We throw away the old engine. There is no engine. Like when this is called, there is no engine. First you have to start the engine, then you add colors to it. Oh my god, that was it. That was it. That was it. That's it. So when do we start the engine? Yeah, actually, when do we start the engine? um yeah, these that we're doing here, this definitely is with the current semantics that we have in core engine, this currently is not compatible with what we're doing. We cannot do this here. This needs to be empty. And then once essentially once we receive confirmation that we're in the call, because in here, let me think about it for a second. In here, we think they want to be now voice call, but for example, we're not even able to start the network in the network thread. So that's why we don't um, attempt to start the engine. Yeah, media connection details is what allows us to start the call. And so in here, we do this. Oh my God. Such a silly regression. Ah, yeah, this works. The only problem is that this put should be, this needs to be GOP. Oh my God. What a stupid bug. What a stupid bug. What am I missing now? ac.deinit. 505? Bro, I didn't touch this. Oh, it's because this defer was not being triggered before. There was nothing that would try. So this defer was essentially dead. Um huh. Fine. No defer. Oh, I see. Let's do this. Okay. Now, finally. Can we? Yes. Maybe. Seems good so far. 2 callbacks. 2 callbacks. Holy shit. Mute, 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 unmute. Ah, ah. Ta-da! It works. Found a goddamn bug. Unfortunately, we don't have math anymore. Okay, so yeah, we're still not in a particularly good shape though with regards to this audio stuff. This branch has so many issues that I need to fix. I'll give you one example. We are restarting the engine all over the place. If we keep restarting, like we keep deallocating and reallocating the engine, doing this all over the place has the problem that we will lose our sources when we recreate the engine. It's essentially this problem. This problem that was showing up right now. The fact that the thing that forced us to move where we add pre-existing callers is the exact problem of that we will experience if the engine ends up being restarted. So I think that the answer is to not remake the engine from scratch every single time. I actually think that these changes that I just made, I should probably undo, bring the initialization where it was before, and instead I should see because in theory, again, I might be wrong, but in theory, if I understand correctly, we don't need to throw in the trash and remake the entirety of the audio engine. So we only need to um, update its configuration if needed, and then we just need to call start on it if it's stopped, or stop and then start again. I don't think we need to throw it into the trash and remake it from scratch every single time. I sincerely hope to be right, because if I'm wrong, then it means that well, I'm just gonna do a bunch of work to make that, to change the semantics, and then it's gonna poop itself. But I think that by now we have a good understanding of what it is that causes what. So it seems to me that we can just restart the engine. Actually, I could try this. Like we don't before I undo any change to the rest of the logic of the program here, I can go in audio and just change how this stuff works. So I can call this like first initialization, and then we can tweak things as needed. Maybe, hopefully, I don't know. So give me a sec. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna try maybe to put up some more tea. We try and change these complete reinitialization from scratch. We try to change it to just stopping and restarting the engine. And I don't know. We see how far we go, I guess. I do think though that this down here, I I really think that we need to turn this off explicitly. Mm. Okay, let me just try just to see if this causes havoc before we try more complicated transformations. Test, test. Okay, okay, okay. So I'm alone. That works fine. I'm gonna mute, join, test. Okay, test, 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 test. Hmm. Okay. Okay, give me a sec. I'll go get something to drink. Okay. So, what do we want to do next? Right. We want to see what happens if we don't rebuild the engine from scratch every single time. Then we just instead stop and start it. So let's call this capture engine build. And then capture engine start is just this. Also, we don't want to do this anymore. And we don't want to do this anymore. Stop is just stop. And start is just start. And we call engine build at the beginning. Okay. So far, so good. Let's turn on self-test so that we can test this locally. Actually, doesn't matter. I could enter a call. Uh, yeah, we can enter a call. Okay. Okay. Oh, we don't hear shit. Interesting. Call the right callbacks, but we don't hear anything. So I'm going to remove the callback spam because this has been fixed. Why do we not hear anything though? We don't even send anything. Huh. Huh. About to start engine. Engine start success. Engine stop. So what is the problem? Hmm. Well, this is a problem for sure. Yeah, that is a big problem. So this is why this is an op because this is unset. Uh, Fortunately, this pointer is not available to us in init. So how do we do that? We could made it. We could make it a global that we write to. The problem is, you know what? I just wish I could delay this silly. Let's delay the init. I think there is. It sucks. It's weird. So in color, in core, no, in core.zig, yeah. In init, yeah, we leave audio undefined. And then in run, the first thing that we do is audio. Yeah, actually, encoder and decoder are more like a programming error. Ah, shit. There we go. Oh, the fuck am I doing? Oh, where is inside the app? Oh, for the anything. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so now microphone does what it's supposed to do, and it works, and we hear it, and we can mute, and we can mute. Okay. So far, so good. But I'm gonna throw in a wrench. Speakers. Boom. I'm using the speakers, and everything broke. So this has broken the engine, essentially. We're not getting any feedback. Let's return. Okay. Returning worked, at least. Really? No speakers? That's kind of sad. Um, back? We're back. Okay. I'm sound settings. Ah, one sec. There we go. Test. Test. Ah, shit. Almost. Capture works, but output doesn't work anymore. Why? Oh, now speakers work. This guy just straight up refuses. Reason? Absolutely unknown. This guy? Yes. This guy? No. So let's do this. I think we're close. Close, but not quite. I think I understand maybe what the problem is now. So, first of all, we need to know when the engine breaks. Apparently, so far, none of what we've done has broken the engine. But let's do an engine restart. And what an engine restart does is also that it disconnects input and output nodes and reconnects them. Either that or maybe we connect them with nil. No, I think we should disconnect and reconnect them. You know, that seems not a bad idea. So I'll learn in a second how you disconnect stuff. I forgot. What is the other thing that I wanted to do? Oh, I also want this. I want also to restart on device changes. We have a listener for device changes. We want that also to cause a restart. Is that objective C? It is indeed, yes. Okay, so an engine restart. Self.engine dot disconnect. I forget. So we cannot completely disconnect the input node, unfortunately, but we can disconnect it from the thing that it was connected to. Um, disconnect node input. Disconnect node output. Remove a connection between two nodes. I think we want disconnect node output on the input node. So we want to do self.engine disconnect node output self.engine dot input node plus 0, and then disconnect node input output node plus 0, and then we reestablish those connections. Uh, okay, so this is the restart. Which Zig version did you say is needed for Awebo? 0.13? 0.13 is a little bit old. No, you need so when you're using new projects that are using unstable builds of Zig, you need to go into the zone file, build.zig.zone, and up here it tells you which is the minimum Zig version. So in my case, it's this one. Unfortunately, this one is not super easy to obtain because it's not the latest, and it is not a tagged version. It's a weird in between. I think Megan has somewhere a website where all these versions are available. But in the meantime, here's what you can do. In the meantime, um, get Zig up or any Zig. Either this or any Zig, or there's also ZVM. Personally, I prefer the first two options, but it's up to you. They're they're all fine. And you use a version manager to get the right version of Zig. I am trying to update to the latest version of Zig, but Andrew broke something, and until he fixes it, I'm unable to. So So we disconnect and we reconnect. Actually, I think that this is just a connection we can remake. Maybe this one is necessary, but I think this one might even be unnecessary. Well, in any case, this is fine. Um, the problem is that I want this to be called not only when the engine breaks, which also we didn't see any engine broke thing. That surprises me. I expected to see engine broke, but then it did not. It did not print this. Are we subscribing correctly? Format, test end, source add, set devices, build. Yeah. When the engine's I/O unit observes a change in audio input or audio or output hardware's channel count or sample rate, the engine stops itself and issues this notification. The nodes remain attached and connected with previously set formats. However, the application must establish connection if the connection formats need to change, e.g., on an input node chain, connections must follow the hardware sample rate, while on an output chain, the output node supports rate conversion. Note that the engine must not be deallocated from within the client's notification handler, blah, blah, blah. So that also means that we don't need to do this like this. We can just call that. Do you really need a specific? Yes, you do. Uh, you need a specific version because I am purposely tracking master branch Zig and some changes that are happening to like Awebo is in a sense a tiny little bit testing the new IO implementation. So um, I understand that this is an annoying choice. I'm sorry. And right now we are a particularly annoying point of this whole ordeal, but it's a necessary evil. I can promise you that once you jump on the train, it's not hard to stay on it. So like once you've done the initial hurdle of setting up a package manager and grabbing the right version, then you're generally gonna be able to easily jump from one version to the other, and then you're not gonna, worry too much. But yeah, but you have to get there. So we need to trigger a engine restart whenever we detect a change in yeah, actually, this motherfucker should be doing it already for us. Like, whenever there's a change that causes these things to be incompatible, this guy should should trigger the engine broke notification, but it wasn't. Like, what the heck? Why can nothing work as it should? Oh, We're back to this problem. Wait, I fixed this problem. Why is it still here? I guess it's in a stash that I forgot to reapply somewhere. Audio 547. Please don't look at this. So that means that the weirdo. So this thing is now back. Okay, what the fuck is this thing? Also, impossible to know. Sometimes it decides to show up. You know, there's uh, your good old friend CA default device aggregate. Good for him. Bluetooth is off, so I don't know why it's here, but it is. Join. Okay. Working. Now. Here. Speakers. Speakers don't work. This guy works. Then in settings. What am I doing? So not working, but working. Definitely working. Why? Unknown. I'm not getting any engine broke thing. Like I seem unable to trigger it. Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Yeah. I'm unable to break the engine. Oh, maybe I did break it. Test, test, test. I think I did break it. Test. Oh, wait. What the fuck? Do I need to wait more? Speakers? Yeah. Okay, definitely working. Test. It works. This. This does not work. Is it a matter of waiting? Test. Test. No. It's not a matter of waiting. So, but it worked. A moment ago, you heard it. You heard this setting work. As I was flipping around, at some point, this motherfucker worked. And now it doesn't. Test. 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 Taste. Yeah. Test. Now it doesn't work. It's just an impossible combination now. But watch me restart. Test. Now it works. Now this works. So the combo can work. Test. Now this one doesn't work. Now this is the one that doesn't work because there's some setting that the other thing has now on that this new thing just does not reflect. And another thing that I find problematic is that when we started this, the engine was breaking like all over the place. Why is this engine now not breaking when I mess around with this stuff? Like this would break before. Why does it not break now? Why does it not break now? Answer: impossible to know. Absolutely impossible to know. Um, I guess I can try. Okay, one thing that I was doing before that I'm not doing now is the self test. So let's re-enable the self test. So now we have the self test on. Test. Um, this. Oh, stopping the engine. Test. The fact that the network track is lagging behind is correct. It's a bug, but I'm causing it right now. Um, speakers. Yeah, works. Enable. Test. Ugh, not doing a good job. Ugh. Or maybe yes. Yeah, no, actually yes. Test. Test. I don't know if this does it. The fact that it stopped. The fact that it stops is good. Hadouken. 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 uh, Also, no, you know what? This is not really. This doesn't do much actually. Never mind. This is right now not working. I think that we need to add a line of code that automatically changes the that automatically restarts the engine whenever we detect whenever we detect an audio change. That's what I'm thinking. So we don't need to. So I think that there is no reason to fully tear down everything, but we do need to restart the engine more like aggressively than we are right now. I think that in audio, when I do subscribe to things and listen, discover devices and then listen. Where's the subscription? Let's see. Um, report device. Okay, so this is awesome. Where's the subscription stuff part? Oh, there we go. Hardware listener. Oh, wait a second. Where did? Oh, I turned it off. Why? Hardware listener proc. This is our function. Re-enumerate all devices so connected default flags stay consistent. Okay. Our syntax that I think went to shit. Um. So in here, client data. We're getting access to audio. Okay. So what we want in here is to, so this calls discover devices. What exactly are we doing here? We add a listener for any selector in kHardware selector, property devices, default input device, default output device. Yeah, I would say so. Every time we see this, a c.restart engine. Okay, let's add restart to our interface and see where that leads us. Hmm. Hmm. Do you have a print for attempts to restart? 'Cause I think I would like that. Oh, actually, I just need one. Test. Test. Yes. Test. There we go. Jesus. Finally. It's working. Test. Yes. This is going to be bad. Okay. that was um, echoing very hard, very fast. This is it. Like, we just need to reboot this fucking thing. So we don't need to rebuild it from scratch, but we do need to reboot it very fast. Every single time anything changes, we need to reboot it. We reboot it, and that's it. Actually, the listener for rebooting, I think, should be different. I don't think we need to reboot it every time a new device is connected. We want to detect that for the dropdowns, but we don't need to reboot it. Huh. What are those things? Who the fuck knows? I bet you that we create every one of these guys every time we combo two different devices together. Like every time we do this and that, yeah. Also, by the way, we talked about semantics of restarting the engine, and let's see. This is not like this. This is engine dot running. Stop and do everything else. Actually, let's do it like this. Okay. Ooh, man. Did you just start a playback test without clicking the start button? Yes, because of the semantics of engine restart. Engine restart had semantics up until a moment ago, where if the engine was not running, it would start it regardless. So any callback would start the audio engine. So it would start essentially the playback test even without me pressing the button. Yeah. So with a lot of pain, we have discovered what is the space of things that we can do. We cannot change the input device. We cannot change the output device to any random system device. Actually, maybe we could. You know what? Maybe now that we have discovered these nuance, maybe it turns out that if now, with what we have discovered now, we do what I described. So we yeah, I'm starting to think that we can change the device now. I'm starting to think that now I think I know what I need to do to change the device. It's just a lot of work. Huh. This audio stuff is ass though, but we're victorious. So today was a good day. We're victorious for real, no joke. So I think I'm gonna call it a day. I'm gonna stop here. I'm gonna take a break, and then I need to do essentially a gigantic refactoring to remove all the hacks that I've inserted to make this stuff work. So, for example, right now there is no, like, the whole life cycle of being in a test doesn't really work well. Also, the application, like, core, needs to be made aware of the state of the engine somehow, because um, for example, what's it called? If you turn on the audio test, for example, and then somehow the engine explodes because the combination of devices they've chosen is impossible, then we should tell, like, the client should know that the audio engine is not running, that kind of stuff. Also, I need to model this API because I started with a cutesy API that made a lot of sense, and now all the needs that this piece of shit of a thing has are forcing me to change the API to accommodate its needs a lot. And so now the API is all wonky, the names are wonky. I have to sneak things in places that were not designed to originally accommodate for certain operations, where everything seems very messy and all over the place and very bespoke, very custom, because which it is, because um, these are the needs of this system. By the way, another thing that is really surprising me, we have not seen the engine break once since we've made all the latest changes. This is really surprising me. So, yeah, I need to do this work. But this branch has working voice calls. The only caveat is that it doesn't have the. I regressed also the voice processing stuff, the thing that allows you to turn off to turn on voice canceling. Um, so yeah. Anyway, this is all work for me. This already has been boring enough for everybody, I think. But some more hammering of this stuff, and I will be done with the audio layer for real. The network stuff is really good. I tested it the other day. It's really good. I think with these new changes, um, calls should be working. I wish I could demo them, but unfortunately, I had this silly bug today, and Matt is now gone, so I don't have anybody to test it with. But yeah, in any case, we're getting there, like a bit at a time, a bit of pain at a time. We're getting there. So thank you all for hanging out, and yeah, I'm gonna call it a day. See you